Hello. I'm here. Don't you worry. I am right here. I'm just reading right now because for those of you that want context, around about 16 days ago. No, not around about 16 days ago. 16 days ago. I have the fucking, like, what's Mahuzi thing in Discord. 16 days ago, I submitted a thing saying, recently, I've seen Twitch resubs with messages coming into SpeakerBot, but as resub, ignoring the message that comes along with it. I've checked my logs to confirm this on vet. Note that SpeakerBot reports da-da-da-da-da. Because basically, here's what's happening, is I have people subscribing or resubscribing to me with a message, but for whatever reason, SpeakerBot is not capturing the message. So what ends up happening is I get a little message of like, oh hey, this person has resubscribed with, like, you know, this with the tier what, like with the tier 1 or tier 2 or what have you. But what ends up happening is that the message they have along with it. So for example, here's, like, let me replay James Mayo's and let me see what happens. Nothing happens. Alright, cool. So, there isn't a way for SpeakerBot won't do it on those. So maybe I just need to make it so that the alert, like the TTS nonsense has to go through, so, give me a second. Resubscription, text and speech, say the resub message. Alright, I'm gonna put in a 5-second delay. And then, no thanks, I don't need to take a visual tour. So, because I reckon delay between alert sound and text to speech. Yeah, let's go with 5 seconds. We're gonna save the thingy-madiggy. And then if I do a... let's see what happens. So, James Mayo just subscribed for 3 months.
No, Grant. Don't leak the classified aircraft blueprints. How you doing, you Lord Jimbo?
There we go, that's a little bit better. Run, why do I have to run? I'm not running away! Also, hi there, Meeps. Welcome to the stream. Also, thank you, Sir Dragon, for being here first. Also, actually, I'm gonna stand up for a little quick minute. So, because there is a few of you here right now. And the fact of the matter is I... also, I need to adjust the, Twitch alerts volume. Because it's right now at... okay, here we go. I need to change it to, like, 90%. Save changes. There we go. I owe chat an apology. So... over the weekend, so my Saturday, chat's Friday, leading into their weekend, I hosted a charity stream for the Stack Up organization. This is a military charity that was doing, through the uses of video games and geek culture, was providing support through, of, like, you know, positive mental health and suicide prevention. I hosted that stream in part to do, like, you know, to try and raise donations and what have you, and that went off on Honor Your Flag Day, which was a day that, you know, the American flag was made and what have you, and was also the formation of the United States military. That stream didn't go as well as I'd hoped. I was, like, stuck on the treadmill, like, for 2 kilometers an hour, and for, like, the last 3.5 hours, I was at the same speed, and there was, like, only 2 donations from some of the viewers, which I really appreciated. And I kind of, like, crashed out, like, 2 hours in because of, like, the back end of Tiltify was just not... it was not really good for me. Also, why is my phone being so funky? Hang on. Bam. There we go. So... why is my thingy-madiggy, like, so delayed? Like, come on, man. Maybe I need to update, Vignon. But, actually, you know what I can do? I'm sorry I missed the charity event. It's alright, 10 mucks. It's... So yeah, because I went, like I said, I went through it for like 3 hours instead of my normal 4. It went off in the morning. Now, I should have known better because during that time in the United States, during the time that like United States was also celebrating its 250th anniversary of having a United States Army and what have you, which also turned out to be Trump's birthday. And the fucking like commander in fart was like, you know what? We're gonna do a military parade. You know, a military parade. You know, the thing that you see that China and North Korea do and Russia does, where it's like, you know, people in lockstep saluting dictators and, you know, walking through the streets and all that kind of nonsense. Like, Trump wanted something like that because it was his birthday, and the military at the time was like, no, normally we plan these kinds of things like years ahead of time, and we were going to do a festival of some sort where we were going to show off some technologies and weapons prior to today, and, you know, what they are today and such, because it's also meant to be a celebration, but we also want to try and make it a recruitment drive. So we want to make people interested in the military. And what's more is, Americans are like actual, like, many Americans normally are supporters of the military and what have you. They're not a supporter of military action, but they are a supporter of veterans where they can. Any whoosies. So, before, should have known this, but yeah, because of that, like, you know, forcing of a parade instead of doing a festival, a lot of Americans were not okay with that. So there was some protests, and this is huge amount of protests, like, sweeping across the nation. Haven't you heard of the latest sensation sweeping the nation? So, there was a protest called No King's Day, where basically they were... It was in protest to Donald Trump and his, you know, military parade, which didn't even work out very well. So, fuck you, Trump. You didn't even get your parade that you wanted. And so, yeah, I crashed out, like, in Saturday morning stream. I played a game that most people didn't follow me for playing. And, yeah, it kind of bummed me out, and it definitely, like, you know, I shortened the stream because of that, and I didn't, like, I might have made some people, like, feel bad who were at the stream, you know, just who were, you know, just wanting to be there to try and offer me support. Because that's what it was meant to be about, is trying to offer, like, condolences, and if you did have the funds, then do donations and what have you. I got caught up in trying to do a charity stream and trying to meet a goal rather than, you know, doing a stream that people wanted from me and having charity, like, you know, sort of be on the side and what have you. And I organized it at quite possibly the worst time to organize it for Americans during that moment, because, you know, shit's going crazy over in the United States. Last week, there was, like, you know, the whole, like, LA ICE kind of, like, crackdown and shit like that. And protests and what have you, and the National Guard coming in for that because they blew it out of proportion. And then the weekend we just had, there was the No King's Day, and those protests went on the full weekend. So all that happened. And yeah, like, probably wasn't the best time to do a military thing. I'm gonna stop Vignon, and I'm gonna get it running again shortly. So if you can just give me a minute. Reporters getting shot in the head with rubber bullets. That was also a thing. I remember Sir Dragon. So yeah, hang on. I'm gonna close the application. I'm just gonna force close this app real quick, just to make sure. Is this thing up to date? Should be. No, do not enable notifications. Ding. Updated recently. Where are the applications that are currently installed? Purchased. Search. Face motion 3D. Yep, there's an update, so we're gonna go and update that. And then I'm just gonna grab the latest Vignon as well while I'm at it. The Aussie Reporter 2. That too, 10 bucks. I don't want to get too bogged down into those particular details right now. But yeah, I just wanted to offer a apology for the stream that happened over the weekend. Because, you know, I could have done that much differently. Hang on. Download. I already own the app. Download this. Download the net server while I can. So yeah, I wanted to, like, owe an apology and what have you. Like, and, Heavens... Also, hi there, Omega Platinum. Welcome to the stream. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I don't get to use this often, so... Let's go and run... Ah, thank you, Omega Platinum, for the What's Mahoozy, the limbo check. I appreciate it. Give me a second. I just need to... Okay, hang on. I need to run something. So, ding. So, copy this, paste it. Copy this, paste it. All right, I'm gonna try and run a program. All right, so it's dhimbo. So this is base, and then that's himbo. All right, so PNG redeem. So let's click on this thingamadiggy here. Is it doing what I want it to do? I don't know. Hello, chat? Let's tire ourselves out. Don't tire ourselves out. I only just got... Oh, that's why. Okay, so I need to disable this, enable this. There we go. All right, and now if I go to chat. Chat, hello? Oh. So, all right. So yeah, we're gonna use the PNG tuber for a little bit, because you know what? I don't use this PNG tuber very often. And look, he fits so appropriately here. Look at him. GrantZeebs? He's not that small. Look at him. He's a pretty beefy boy. Also, congratulations, Het, for getting the Great White Shark. Jesus Christ, 982 kilograms? That is a very heavy shark. Alright, ding dong. So that's doing 2 actions. So it's doing the WebSocket, camera 2 for Vignon. Oh. Okay, and then there's like avatar scaling. Yeah, okay. And then I can do auto, and then I can do ×1, ×2, ×3, ×4, Okay, I can do like 20 times. That's kind of ridiculous. Let me bring that back down. There we go. So now it's auto. But yeah, this here is my avatar. His biceps and pectorals are bigger than his head. Yeah, this was done by What Insomnia. I absolutely love his artwork and what have you. And yeah, this is like a himbo Zeebs. This is a dhimbo Zeebs, and then actually no, we won't go to the hyper himbo just yet. Let me just double check something right now. So, all right, so the Grant short. He's not short. All right, so we got Boop in the Zeebs. Does this work? No, that did not work. Why didn't that work?
Bonk!
Alright, well that's way too big. It's been a while since I've used this guy. I will be real with you. Let's see. So settings tree, and that's that. Quote, PNG tuber. Here we go. So we got the Alright, setting for PNG. So disables the cookie, the peck dance, the throwing, the head pats. Oh, wait, did it not? Did it not disable the head pat? Hang on. Oh, it left the boop. So, for whatever reason, that's still with us. Did I enable? Okay, I've enabled boop and bonk. So, boop the nose, which is, yep, setting the audio. So, get property, source visibility, 3D props, prop hand boop, test. Okay, so it puts it there. And then test. All right, so okay, so that's the problem is I need to you know what? I think I realized what I did wrong. So hang on a sec. I need so props here, so filters. Nope, no filters here. Filters here. Nope, no filters here. 3D Grant. Filters. Okay, so I got TTS Grant full, and then this goes to small. Full, small, full, small. Also, what was that notification in my phone? Oh, it's updates on an order thingamajiggy. Cool, awesome. Oh, actually, while that's there, chat, we're doing a we're doing fix. Oh, actually, that's not correct. Hang on a sec. Oh, wait, I know why that's not correct. I need to do an offset. So there we go. Or no, hang on. Overlord Salamander, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? All right, I'm gonna do negative 20%. That should be good. So now, yep. So that's good there. So now if I go back to, my goodness. All right, filters. Okay, so I got custom zooms here. Oh my goodness, I am going to need to fix up a lot of things. So, all right, so this is full, and then this is seated, and this is small. All right, cool. So I've got those. So what I need to do is I need to do the OBS. I need to enable a filter. There we go. And this was found in the Grant. So 3D Grant. There we go. And then, nope. Not 3D Grant? Hang on. Grant VTuber? There we go. Yep, Grant VTuber. All right. So if I am going to the chatting scene, we go full. And then if I go to the game scene, I go small. All right, so. All right. So if I do this, it makes me a little bit bigger, which is ideal. You're quite tired, so you don't know how long I can stay, but I wanted to quickly visit. Not to worry, Overlord Salamander. I understand that it is a very crazy evening time for Americans, so you might be in that time zone. But thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. I am just fucking around with my system right now. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. So that... Alright, so StreamerBot was for the Call of Arms thingamadiggies, and then we have show-off images there. And then... Alright, cool. So, if I now go into games, shrinks me down here, which is ideal. Correct. It's 4:17 a.m. right now. Holy shit. I might need to... Okay. One of the... Unnamed has recommend... What do you guys... I don't have a stream on the weekend. Like, let me get my, Let me get my schedule out, just so you can see, like, just how dead tired I am. So, as you can see in the top left here, I did not organize a stream for, you know, Monday, which is today. Then we have another stream on Wednesday, but I then have nothing for the rest of the week because I'm working a Saturday shift. Now, normally I do Saturday mornings, but I was thinking, let me get my, actually, hang on a sec. Let me get Opera GX running. so I can get the time zone thingamadiggy shown off to you. So if I go to time zones, so if I go to a time zone converter, and we put in, so I'm in Brisbane, and then let's put in Dallas, Texas. Now, as you can see here, 6 p.m. for me is like 3 a.m. for Dallas, Texas, which is absolutely terrible. Let's put in Washington, D.C. as well. And then for the UK, let's just put in... Actually, no, not put in Ireland. Let's put in Dublin. There we go. Let's give them some representation. So, as you can see here, Dublin, it's like 9 a.m. for them. Try New York. Representing New York. Cool. Awesome. All right, let me push you... Well, New York and Washington are the same time, so we don't really need that one. Drag up or down on the list. Can I remove you? Yeah. We don't need New York because we got Washington, D.C. But anywhoosies, so, as you can see, me streaming at 6 p.m., not exactly a really good time for the Americans, because it's 3 in the morning for them. However, what if, instead of streaming at 6 p.m., I stream at 11 p.m. Look how fucking ridiculous that time is. Now, normally I like to try and keep, you know, a fairly good sort of sleeping schedule for myself, but let me ask you, chat, for you Americans in there, would it be better... Wish I could stay up at 11 p.m.? Sorry, Tanmux, I forgot you're over here on this side of the globe as well. A majority of my viewers are American. I can see those stats over the last month, and I bet you if I look at them again, they're probably gonna say American, aren't they? Twitch.tv/GrantZeebs. Ding dong, the creator dashboard. And then if I go to analytics, I then go into discovery, and then in the last 30 days, here we are. In the last 30 days, 48% of you are American, and then 12% of you are Australian. I reppin' the Aussie folks. Thank you, 10 Mucks, for being my representative for Australia. Hey, you're in Brisbane too? Nice. So, question for the Americans. What do you think of me streaming at 11 in the evening, the middle of the night, in order to try and provide you 9 a.m., 8 a.m. Sleep, you morning Saturday cartoon boys and girls and non-binary pals? What do you think of that? Sound good? Sound like a plan? Sound like a plan, Stan? I reckon this sounds like a plan. Ding. Also, that reminds me, while I am here, I'm gonna go ding, dong, and then open up this thingamadiggy. I'm gonna go to Twitch programs. I'm gonna go to Vignon, and then from here, ding, dong, copy all this here, and then it's gonna override all that. I think it's a good move. Excellent, Overlord Salamander. Thank you so much. I was waiting for an American to, you know, validate me on this crazy idea that Unnamed has pushed over to me. If you don't know who Unnamed is the person, like, apparently hopefully I'm getting this right. Yep, I typed it incorrectly. Unnamed 471. I don't know why they have 471 at the end, but Unnamed, they should really change their name to Unnamed Yeen or something. But yeah, Unnamed was inspired by me months or maybe years ago now to do streaming and what have you, and they looked to me for like inspiration and such, and I was just sort of like, thanks, but maybe reconsider. And so they've done a really heckin' good job. I highly recommend you give them a follow. And I was talking to them about appropriate times for streaming, and yeah, this time slot, like 11 p.m. on my side on a Saturday, would apparently be good for for Americans. So wait, hang on a sec. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So yeah, so Saturday at 11 p.m. is like Saturday 8 a.m. for Americans, and it's like 2 p.m. for the Brits. So yeah. So they were thinking, so yeah, maybe West Australia here. Thank you for representing what's in Western Australia? Perth. Thank you for representing Perth for me, Sir Dragon. You would have a wonderful time checking out Sashera's stream. Sashera is a Western Australian streamer as well. They don't do a lot of streaming, but, you know, they get around to it. In the event your higher amount of views come from somewhere else, going to a better time then would be a good idea. No harsh vibes from me. Yeah, no. So that was my thoughts, is, you know, picking the appropriate, you know, time and date and what have you. So now, all right, there's something I need to double check. There is something I need to double check before we go too far, and that is, I don't need this window anymore. Ding. Not this. Here we go. I need to double check and see what happens when I do D-Himbo, because here's the thing. Like, I have some redeems, and one of them is the D-Himbo stream and the Hyper Himbo, but I want to make sure that these things work. So I'm going to test this trigger. There we go. Okay, cool. So it still works. Fan-fucking-tastic. So, good news. This still works. Now, you won't be able to redeem the D-Himbo right away, or the Hyper Himbo right away, but the good news is, you've been slimmed down. I know, this is the new level of, like, D-Himbo for me. This used to be, like, my standard size, but now this is the D-Himbo size, so yeah. Now, anywhoosies, we have a stream to get through. All right, let me just adjust my screen and what have you, and get into my Discord. Let me get into the Zebra streaming. There we go. Move you over here. Move you over here. Ding dong. Where is my Devil May Cry? There is my Devil May Cry. Excuse me. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah.
Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry.
Overlord Salamander 1 paid me to say okay drinking game idea, watch about 6 early 2000s zombie movies, and for every single one that refuses to refer to them as zombies and not some workaround is 4 shots added to the tally at the end. Take the shots and try to write a joke first to pull it off wins.
What? 6 early 2000 zombie movies. Every single one that refuses to refer... Okay, so every time they use something other than... So every time they use, like, the phrase that is not zombie, but instead something like walker, undead, corpse, creeper, 4 shots added to the tally, and at the end, take the shots and try... Oh, try to take all the shots and all that kind of nonsense, like... Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about now. Alright, this footage contains thingamadiggies. Yes, it does. Where's Cap? Cap's gonna be missing out on some good old Devil May Cry nonsense. So. Bing, dong, habam. Loading game. So, we have already gone through, like, 16 missions. Oh no, you're actually playing this one? Of course I'm playing this one! That's the thing. Flea, look, Meeps. You're 16 missions behind. In the last 2 hours and 58 minutes of playing this game, I have gone through 16 missions. I am doing fairly strongly right now. No cap. Sorry, I couldn't resist. No cap. Hang on a sec. Ding, duh, bong. you in for some DMC question mark? Yeah. I love how Cap at like 6:23 is
This
like,
may be fun.
hello there, Cap. You're muted right now, or what have yous.
You barely had to let me know.
Okay, this here is Cap. Now, if you don't know who Cap is one of my moderators. She's a very lovely being. She's an artist. You should go check her out. And she, as you can no doubt tell, is a bit of a fan of Devil May Cry.
I love Devil May Cry. I love Devil May Cry.
Love it. So, you were honestly surprised of how quickly I've gone through Devil May Cry 2.
Yeah, no, you just fucking sent it.
So yeah. Now, I did read a guide. By the by, I'm using a PNG tuber, so because I was having some tracking issues with the Vignon. I don't know if my phone is about to explode behind the monitor, but I thought let's use the PNG tuber because it's been a while. Does she have a plastic launcher? Yes, she does. Look, yeah. Like, here's the thing. Do you want to tell the story or
let me mute real quick so I can just show it off.
So that there is Cap, muted, and then, oh, you're back again.
Sorry about that.
Not to worry. So, do you want to tell the story, or should I?
About the mod or the drawing?
About, like, the process to get to the drawing.
Okay, so gang, here's what happened. Back after Grant finished playing Devil May Cry 1, I, on the night of Grant, starting Devil May Cry 1 last Monday, decided, man, I should make a themed PNG tuber because I was like all over this, during the first stream. So I sent Grant a pic of like the main Devil May Cry girls.
I knew none of them except maybe two.
He knew Trish and I think Nico.
Yeah, because Nico is in like TikToks for the Devil May Cry 5 one.
Yeah. So anyway, he was just like, why don't you just go as Virgil? And I had a goddamn brain blast. And we were actually in a friend of ours' code server while I was drawing that. So, I added 2 PNGs to my PNG tuber. Gave him a coat, gave him the virgin hair. Good fun.
The virgin hair? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. So it was explained to me that, like, in a guide, that this game, pick one weapon and upgrade it to max, pick one set of guns and upgrade it to max. So I've accidentally made Rebellion, like, a weapon that I've upgraded, like, up to level 3, and Vendetta might have been a better one because it's, like, shorter distance as opposed to, like, it's a shorter, slower sword, but way heavier. So if there was going to be times that I was going to be using something other than gun, this would be it. But, I didn't do that. Alright, I can't get a gold orb. I can't get a blue orb. I can go for Vital Stars and Devil Stars. That might be the... Yeah, I'm gonna go for... I'm gonna grab one of each, just so then that way. Because, yeah, we're getting close to the end, aren't we?
Yep.
Yep.
Or the end of the Dante campaign.
Yeah, the end of the Dante. Because, yeah, we all... Like, if I went through the Dante campaign, like, until, like, conclusion or some nonsense, then I probably would have been able to get it done in the one stream. Oh, and right at the get-go, we're hitting with a cutscene of an eclipse.
Yeah. You want to stream to me so I can watch the cutscene?
Oh, yep. Hang on. Let me just Alt-Tab, because while I'm doing that, I will also adjust the size of my PNG tuber, because I'm going to be real with you.
Before you do all that with the PNG tuber, I'm going to send something for you to put behind yourself.
To put behind myself?
Yeah, as a PNG.
Okay. Ding dong. Oh my god, is that Rebellion?
It is Rebellion.
Oh my god, that is awesome. All right, I will. Okay, save thingamadiggy. I'll. Okay, so let me just double check these filters. So, oh, okay, so it's being applied to the video tube. So, all right, I'm gonna just resize this real quick so he's like a little bit.
Chat, he's growing. He's growing.
I won't be too big. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
That's a
Round
shame.
about here, I reckon is a good size.
Yeah, you got a lot of table.
I do have a lot of table, but for the for those of you that are familiar with alternative arts in some of the furry circles, this is what you would call foreshadowing.
Yes.
Yes. So, I'm gonna. So, ding, 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 ding. Transformation. Get transformation. So yeah. So that's at that size, and then. So yeah, because I'm able to go like boom. So that's full size. So that's like the full breadth of the
For
what's-a-mahoozy.
the whole screen.
Yep. And then this is like the what's-a-mahoozy size for the game. All right.
Like the size of a Funko Pop when you hit the whole screen.
Yeah. All right. Let me get you in, because here's the thing. I would love to get Rebellion as a 3D model. That's the thing. I would love
I
to.
really don't think it would be too hard to find.
I didn't think so either, but it honestly is. Like, because here's the thing: is like I want one that's like, all right, I'm gonna put the Rebellion here then, because then that way, it's in the thingamadiggy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at it. We have Rebellion, chat. All right, here we go. Oh, controller shaking.
Look at this fucking guy's mustache.
So, all right, so he's activating a ritual?
Yeah, some shit like that.
All right. Vegeta fucking hair.
Honestly, though.
Wait, are we still in the demon world, or... Because I remember, like, there was, like, a portal or some shit?
I think you, like, came back. No, yeah, it's like the mirror demon world sort of thingy.
Hmm.
Why is he so fucking pale?
Why does he sound like Majima?
Yeah. He looks like a, bloody Jiangshi. Do. Fuck, I love Kante's.
You!
Kante. I said Kante instead of Dante.
Oh, and that's his coin.
Yeah.
A false coin for a false god.
Oh my god.
You sounded like fucking Muscle Man.
All right, here we go.
I know, it's his shadow clones. Is that goddamn Lucia?
I don't know.
It's got Lucia's swords. Must be like some demon shit.
I need to swap. I accidentally. There we go.
Oh yeah. I actually think these ads have health bars. I think you gotta like go get Arius' ass.
Yeah, hang on. I need to find him though, cause
He's a sneaky trickster bitch.
yeah, where the? Oh, there he is. There he is.
The camera angles.
Oh, you bastard! I'm gonna have to deal with the fucking cameras, aren't I?
Look at this fucking asshole. Damn, damn, damn!
Oh, my hand is already cramping on the X.
The gun button.
Yeah. I'm just using him to get Devil Trigger.
Why do you look like the evil guy from the wacky race?
Oh, wow!
It does look like Dick Dastardly.
Maybe that's it, some inspiration. Oh,
I
no.
honestly don't doubt it.
Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I wasn't in there forever, thank Christ.
You know, this isn't the fucking nightmare fight. Damn! What are these fuck-ass stun locks?
Good thing I got this guy. Here we go.
Overlord Salamander 1 paid me to say yep duck dastardly.
I love how I have, like, the thing to get the TTS bot to be like, don't use, like,
Are they, like, dying?
They are, just really slowly, and unfortunately I used up my,
Your DT.
yeah. So now comes the fun
Fuck
bit of
you,
trying to find...
Farius.
Oh, never mind.
This teleport spamming cheesy motherfucker.
Yeah. There he is. Okay, he's over there. There we go. Getting some good hits in with the Devil Trigger. There we are.
Nice.
No!
He
Why?
sounds like Oni plays doing a voice. Oh, shit, here comes the line.
King? Yeah. Here's your crown.
Even into he's such a fucking badass.
That was a good line. It would have been great if it looked like he got shot in the head though, because I think
absolutely.
because he just like shot him in the body of like, here's your crown. All right, so that's that one out of the way. But yeah, other than the fact that that I'm like spamming X with my fucking thumb, yeah, okay.
You defeated Arius.
And we have like another mission to go. Uh-oh.
Overlord Salamander 1 paid me to say does that make Cerberus Muttley.
I
Cerberus Muttley?
was a dis-
Oh, Muttley as in the dog.
the Marley.
Ah.
The ones who have the blood of the devils.
The blood of the devil.
Oh, is she explaining to us why she's a problem?
Yes. I was created by Arius. I could become a monster and attack the humans at any time. Now, kill me. It's your job to hunt devils.
Oh, shit. Another cutscene.
They hit the Tower of Light from Yu-Gi-Oh!
What the fuck is going on? Why? It's ridiculous to me that the tower is, like, separating right now.
What is the infrastructure needed to do that?
Somewhere in the quote-unquote new world.
Hmm.
What? The ritual was incomplete. But the door to the demon world is...
Maybe his trick coin wasn't a trick
What are you
coin.
doing?
My job is hunting devils.
Also, he says it's a trick coin. Does that mean it's just heads either side?
It is heads either side.
Never be able to return.
Thought so.
I'll go.
Oh, that is some messy, like, tier design right
Tier
there.
effects.
Yeah. Oh,
You don't need to.
that was better, but not when it was
That was
bubbly.
better.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Die like a human.
No. Devils never cry.
Devils never cry.
Let's leave it to fate. Heads, I go. Tails, you go.
Yep. It's a...
See you around.
So it does show to us that it is a double-headed, like, thingamadig.
Yeah.
Don't you want to hear the story about Sparta from Mathieu?
I know.
I know my daddy.
He did the same thing. Hold on to my coin, Lucia.
Don't use it for your bus fare.
It's very important, because having a trick coin actually costs more than the coin itself.
Not only does it cost more than the coin itself, but also I had to get that custom made with my logo.
The hunter shall surpass all who came before him.
So I had to get a trick coin and then get that embossed on both sides. That was like $20.
And lo, he come. Alright. He come. Alright, now, do I want to waste, like, getting, like, a blue orb to get me to max, or do I get myself... Because I feel like it's going to be better getting myself, like, these two things, and then maybe a... Actually, yeah.
In the strict club, straight blob in it.
Yep. That way, you know, sure, I don't have a blue orb that extends my health bar, but I at least have things for, you know... Ugh. Oh.
Phantom's in there.
And then there's another
And the
guy.
Guerrera.
And then there's a... What the fuck is this
Minotaur.
thing?
It's like an abomination. Like a chimera.
Ow. Okay.
This fight would be better if you had Royal Guard.
I have no idea what Royal Guard is.
That's a damn good death animation, though.
Yeah. Alright, let's try this again. After... Is there a way for me to, like... Because I don't want to deal with him from here. I want to deal with the other... one of the other ones. There we go. Okay, that guy is just as dicky. Never mind.
Damn, this boss music kind of blows.
Yeah, it doesn't help that I can't hear anything.
Overlord Salamander 1 paid me to say, and I say it proudly, I also want my logo on coins to hand out as calling cards.
Yeah.
Alright, the thing about that line of attacks is I don't think you should like fully dodge. I think you just need to lock on and then move side to side. say probably. I also want my logo on coins to hand out as calling cards. Did you see what I did? I did not. I am. You forget. I am not smart.
Oh.
Crazy how this tentacle has a sheet.
Ah. So yeah, different. So I could be like doing what's Mahuzi's things. Also, I didn't realize I had that many. Oh, it starts from the beginning. Oh, okay, I see.
See what I'm
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah, I see what. So if I hold the right trigger as well, the game did not tell me this. The right trigger turns off the locking. Oh wait, what am I thinking? I have items to like do that, and then let's do that. Oh my god, is the rocket gonna be... it does quite a bit of damage. Death by a pimp smack. Yeah, I got killed with a fucking pimp smack. And that's him out of the way. There we go.
It's a shame that the weapon swapping in this game, like,
Only
is
for the
absolutely nothing, 'cause
guns. Yeah.
like, there's no weapons with different movesets, like in, like, 3 or 1.
Yeah. And also, I've just found a fucking blind spot. That's not great for him. Like, look where he's, like, trying to hit me, and look where I am.
Yeah.
Not...
Tentacle? Yeah. Here's your worm.
yeah. The one with the head, I think, is going to be the more annoying one to deal with, and...
Yeah, Mr. Laserface.
yeah. Oh my goodness. Alright, I need to sleep. May your day be filled with happiness and your mind calm and your fridge food. You know what, Overlord Salamander? That is a really nice little affirmation. Thank you so much.
Yeah. May your fridge food as well.
Yep.
Speaking of food, you know
Oh,
what I've been
shit.
getting on?
What are you getting on?
Fucking oatmeal, honestly. That shit is actually very good. Put some brown cinnamon and brown sugar and cinnamon in that bad boy.
Oh,
my.
and that's him dead. So what's this guy's move? Oh, shit.
Phantom.
Yeah.
No, not Phantom. The fucking spider guy, what his face is.
Ow.
Oh no, yeah, his name is Phantom.
Yeah.
I was thinking Nightmare. Damn.
Yeah,
I'm beginning to believe.
I'm beginning to believe. Ow.
Emphasis on beginning.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Looks like he's about to go down.
Ow.
Ooh, right into it.
Yeah, I rolled into that one. That one I rolled too soon. There we go. That's him out of the way. Now we have that. Whatever that is.
The gorilla.
Oh my god, I didn't realize the gorilla was
Did he
going to
have
do
that move?
I don't think I ever had to deal with that one, to be honest with you.
Ooh.
Painful, to say the least. I'm just gonna use the what's-a-mahoozies on this.
Maybe just gunned him down.
There we go.
Yay, clappers.
Clappers. Hi there, Jin. Hi, 2D Grant. Hi there. Yes, I am 2D for this one, because I was having issues with the Vignon tracking, and you know what? I haven't used Insomnia's PNG tubers, so I felt I should use them.
Holy shit, it's Taboo from Brawl.
What the fuck? Boobies?
Oh my god, I totally didn't realize.
Oh, damn it.
That,
I thought it was gonna get. I thought the boobies would get bigger, but no, they just turned him into a man.
I mean, that'd be
Despair
pretty good, though.
embodied. Items, vitality star. There we go. Just so then that way I'm not close to death.
Is he taking no gun damage?
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, it switches genders. Like he's fluid with it.
Ow. Yep.
Slay, I guess. Happy Pride.
Yeah, I just need to be mindful. Oh, thanks for stabbing me in the fucking chest and doing like
He
a...
fucking command grabbed you. I think it also might be a representation of like Lucia and Dante's like fighting styles.
Yeah.
Like this is apparently like the Virgil of the game.
Oh no, they're taking gun damage.
Oh.
Just not a lot, because, you know, demon. And yeah, I'm just a fucking idiot. As you see
Damn,
there.
Shit rocked.
There we go. And then getting fucking stabbed again. Oh.
I think the worst part of this game is that you have like very little defensive recourse.
Hmm.
Like in 3, you've got like a whole style dedicated to like parrying.
Yeah. I think that's
and another
the...
style based on dodging.
Yep.
No shit, but you almost got him.
Yep. Got him. Defeated the final boss with either Dante or Lucia.
Good job.
Mm-hmm. Oh! Rebellion! No!
I ain't there. What do you think I am? Bitch.
What a slutty pose, honestly. Okay, why the...
Dante's like the slut of all time.
That is cool. Why couldn't my guns do that?
That's tough. That is tough as fuck.
Tough as fuck.
Yeah. Let's go all the way to hell.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yep. That's it. That's the Devil May Cry.
That's the end of Devil May Cry? Oh my god.
That's the end of Devil May Cry 2.
No orbs. Stylish average was D. Damage was D.
Hey, but D stands for don't worry.
D. Don't worry. Yeah. Total results. Let's have a look at total results. BBB, C, D, BBB, A, BBC, BBB, D, C, D. Honestly, not too bad. Next challenge, Lucia disc, which we can do
Yeah, 'cause
like...
this game was 2 discs.
Yeah, because this was on a PlayStation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Dante's costume change and mission select mode are now... Diesel? They... Oh. My...
Yeah, no,
controller was not meant
this
to do
game
that.
used to have, what do you call them? Product placement.
Oh my gosh. Alright. I might need to change the what's-a-mahoozy thing, so then that way Cap can see this. Ding, dong.
Oh, hold up. I'll,
So, ding. Bam. Also share, 1440p. Go live. Save data has been auto-loaded. This footage contains gore. Load. Oh, okay, because we're on the Lucille side, we have to be like... Yeah. Okay. Alright, so what... So... Alright, actually, hang on a sec. Let me change the title of the stream real quick. So, Devil May Cry... yeah, we're still in Devil May Cry 2 by the die. Now play... So...
now playing as a Ranger.
Now playing as Lucille. Playing as Lucia in Devil May Cry Monday. We're still in... So, yeah. Ding. Done. I'll do a quick retweet of it. So, ding, dong.
Okay, Grant. Upon completing the first disc of Devil May Cry 2, I've got to ask.
You
Do
got
you prefer Devil May Cry 1 or Devil May Cry 2?
I think, like, I went through Devil May Cry 2 quicker. I'm gonna be real. Devil May Cry 2 has the same problems narratively for me as Devil May Cry 1, but I did not have a crash out or anything like that with Devil May Cry 2 like I did in Devil May Cry 1. So, get ready to clip this, chat. I like Devil May Cry 2. Between the two that I've played so far, I've liked Devil May Cry 2.
I can't believe this.
Do I think... Like, here's the thing. I don't think either of them have been good. Like...
I'm coming to your house and I'm just... Triple tap.
Just me, when you come into my... When you break into a Queenslander.
Also, hello, the Phantom Master.
Hello, Phantom Master. Hang on, I need to hit someone. Lol. Yeah. Alright, so, ding, dong, BSKY, boom. Finished, Dante's side. We now go over to Virgil's side.
Lucia's side.
Lucia's side. We now finished with Dante's side. We are now playing... We're still in Devil May Cry 2, by the by. Ding, dong, bam. Man, Tex Rex. You do stuff.
Right.
You doing alright? Alright. We're doing pretty good. How's it going on your side, Phantom? We are going through Devil May Cry series. And now we're going through Devil May Cry 2 with the Lucia side.
When the earth was overrun with demons and humans
Mundus.
powerless under their rule,
Mangdal.
humanity's hope lived in a demon named Sparda.
with a spirit unlike any other.
Man, no one's hyper himboed me? That's insane.
His own name.
Oh, allow me to
Sparda eradicated
fix that.
the demons.
Thank you so much, Cap, for the hyper himbo. Look at the size of me.
Oh, I didn't know how that was how big you got. I'm gonna have to like keep that.
Gonna keep note of that. Noted.
Yeah.
The demon slayer.
I had half a mind to de-himbo you.
Don't do that. Also, I need to fix this thing. Hang on a sec. I need it because I've scaled this up too much. So maybe.
Now the rebellion's like a little sandwich.
There we
skewer.
go. So, actually, 15. Let's 115%. That's a bit better. There we go. But I've not set myself oh, wait, no, that's just because I'm zoomed in too much. So then the Y offset just needs to be 25%. There we go. All right. Now I'm good. Let's keep going. Phantom just doing a quick Q and himbo check. That's fine. So wait, are these just the exact same cutscenes, or are we just getting hit with the same cutscene for the opener?
I'm pretty sure it's just the intro that's the same.
Okay. So,
But if it's not, we can just start skipping cutscenes. Gun.
Just sending Blue a message.
You called?
Honestly, I should use my PNG tubers more often.
Yeah, it's a good PNG tuber.
Thanks. I remember getting this
Son of Sparda.
from Insomnia, and there was like a little concern about booba, like nipple usage.
Man, what Insomnia has some fucking nice work.
They do some amazing stuff. And what's more is PNG tubers was a bit of a new thing for them, but at the same time, this isn't even their finest work. Like this is them going for like they can do much higher quality sort of stuff and what have you. And this is them like, you know, restraining themselves. So there is roughness here and there. Aaron isn't going like too ham, but in another future. There we go.
Yeah. You know who else makes some goddamn peak PNG tubers?
Cinderella Sarah that for solo plays games.
I was thinking Grin actually.
Oh, okay, Grin. Yeah, because Grin did it was either Grin or Simon. Like they've done what's-a-mahoozy kind of nonsense. They've done Monster Hunter.
Goofy.
Yeah. You come back from the west and wowzers, yes, I am. What the
Oh wow, you don't get to keep the blue orbs that you got. That shit would not fly in New Devil May Cry.
Okay, so hang on. So I'm not meant to be going this way, am I? Oh no, I meant to be knowing my luck. I have to deal with like dogs or something like that, no doubt.
Yeah. I'm pretty good at like drawing like funny little goofy guys
Yeah.
as PNG tubers.
I would be cool to see how you would do like a funny goofy little guy for me, honestly.
I could do a funny little goofy guy for you.
You could do a funny goofy little guy for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember you doing like something like, you know, little like MILF sexy for me, and it doesn't get shown a lot because it is in that realm of like, you know, just too scandalous for what's-a-mahoozy, and it doesn't get too much love in that realm. Where the fuck am I meant to go? Okay, so not meant to be going this way.
This I'll have to like check the goddamn archives for because I don't remember doing that.
Hey Zeebs, if I get a Zebro, see, first thing I'm getting is a bimbo shirt, or thanks to you. Lol, okay.
I mean, true.
Bimbo shirt? Fair. You just can't have himbo shirt. That shit's copyright. I wanna be able to make merchandise. This is me being sarcastic by as much as I would love to make merchandise. This is a parody of the Twitch logo, so I don't exactly have the benefit of. There we go. You used.
If only I had a what do you call it? A like shirt printer, not a printer, but like you know what I mean.
A cool shirt
I
design.
make shirts like that.
Yeah. So this one I went through Ritz Beretta to get this design. All right, so now we're here. So we just needed to. I hope this isn't going to be a case of running around looking for orbs, because that will be a little bit annoying.
I've done some funny fucking sketches of us. She sounds like a Pikmin.
Oh, green orb to recover health. Cool. Hey, and then we get ourselves a yellow orb, so... Alright.
I really don't remember drawing you as a MILF.
No, not as a MILF, a DILF.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah,
that one.
so... It's not your best work, because I was definitely asking you in a realm that I feel like isn't your strong suit. And that's more on my fault than anything else. So...
Hey, you know what that means? I just gotta redo it,
At
but
some
better. Because my
Uh,
art has gotten so much better.
Alright, so we got the cutlassiers, and then we've got throwing daggers. I'm not gonna purchase anything from you, because, yeah, we don't have... Oh, hello, blue fragment. There we go. Not gonna purchase anything from you, because we don't know if you'll get better weapons, and I'd rather save up the red orbs. Alright, so...
It's she, and my commissions are open.
Yeah.
I was trying to get that new Switch too.
Yes. Cap, do you mind posting your like PayPal or what have you into the chat so then people know where to go to request commissions from you?
Oh, you request commissions off my Discord, but I'll post that as well.
Yeah. Hey, look at that. We're at A rank. And showtime.
Yeah.
Honestly, Lucille, with like the minimal stuff that I have, pretty good stuff. Like with
Honestly, I think this might like I haven't watched the What Happened in a long time, but I think this might have just been like a Lucia game that had Dante put in it.
Who knows? Cause like it looks cool, her using the throwing daggers and what have you. And it's like, if they just wanted to be that simple with, you know, dealing with the in-air peeps, totally understandable.
Also, yes, that I am, Phantom Master. I should be, like...
Yeah, you're in my Discord. You're one of my moderators.
I'm in the Discord right now.
Yeah. Check out my Discord. Okay, sometimes the voice command thingamadiggy is perfect, and then other times it is not. Thank you, Cap.
I gotcha.
Thank you, Cap. You're doing a wonderful job as a moderator.
Yeah, I try my best.
You do your best. This is what I need. This is what I need from my moderators. Shouting, doing the commands and what have you. Ow! Fuck you.
I do commands and tricks like a funny little dog.
Ow.
Damn.
There we go. My brain was not braining. That was you in Discord. Sorry. Nah, not to worry. We just had to pronoun check you, so then that way you were using the correct pronouns with Cap, and then after that it was just like, brain.
Yeah. And like honestly, I'm never really that like overscuffed the first time misgendering
No.
because like, listen to me, goddamn.
Yeah. I remember I have a brother-in-law that's like they have concern, or like, they're like, oh, but what if I misgender them or something, or rather, and they get really, and they like, start getting annoyed with me. Like they have this, like, I remember they had that kind of concern, and I'm like, listen, in my experience, no one, like, unless you're catching someone on like a proper bad day, no one is gonna, go on a tirade for you misgendering them once. They're on a tirade because of a Ben Shapiro who knows better doing it for the 6th time kind of thing. Like, if you're just doing an honest mistake with a barista or something like that, they're not gonna be up against you. It's if you do it to, like, a workmate, where you should know by now.
It's very much, at least for me, it's never attribute malice to something that can be excused by ignorance.
Excellent. Couldn't have put it better. Thank you, Cap.
Yeah. I think that's a razor of some sort. I'm not sure which one.
Do not interpret malice where stupidity could suffice, I think.
Yeah.
So I think that's sort of like the turn of phrase.
Yeah, it's Hanlon's razor.
So as Cap mentioned, the pronouns are she, her. So Capricious, you're trans feminine, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. I am familiar with my friends and what they're... Oh, Jesus!
Damn! I didn't know that motherfucker had a command grab. He looks like he's made of blob.
Yeah, and this is the one that, like, reconstitutes themselves and what have you.
Oh, yeah, trans. You good, homeboy, you good.
Yep. Yeah, so... But yeah. Look, so long as you've learned your mistake, Phantom, we're good. Like,
Yeah.
that's... Like, this is the thing. This is what we want from people, is... We're not expecting you to be like, oh, I will know every person's pronoun before they ever say it or some nonsense. Like, no, we're not asking that. We're just asking, for honest mistakes just mean, honest mistakes means honest corrections. And that's it.
Yeah, just be kind to each other.
Yeah.
And besides, I really can't say that much because I am the worst at misgendering myself.
Oh my god, there's
Like-
a blue orb all the way...
Yeah. In my brain, I go like, yes, I'm imagining myself as a dude. Wait a minute, that's not correct.
Wait, hang on. There's an orb here. Why can't I... I know there's an orb there. I know there's a blue orb, but I can't...
You want me to take a look?
Like, I can see it, because if I go over to here... Like, if I go here, you can see it right there on the top of his head.
Oh.
So, like, you can... There we go. Okay, got to it that time. I was probably just
Good job.
angling it incorrectly, because, second POV.
Yeah, dude, I'm kind of like, I was trained for like, what, 20 years to go by he, him pronouns.
Yeah. Do you turn it? Nope, you don't. Okay, you don't do anything. Cool. This is a completely different way we've been going in and around the place.
Yeah, no, you went fully the reverse, because this is where Dante started.
Oh. Okay.
I want a church boy who'll go to church.
Alright.
Read your
Ding
Bible.
dong. There we go. So first thingamadiggy saved. You did it a few times for a few streamers by mistake and said sorry because I'm following tonight of people. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And we appreciate the apology. Well, wait, why am I speaking for you? Fuck, you're your own woman.
Yeah. You know what it is? It's that ingrown sexism you've got there.
Thanks, Bob Catter. You did.
As far as I'm concerned, let all blossoms bloom.
Yeah.
But I ain't gonna talk about it.
I'm not going to talk about it a minute any longer because there are crocs in the rivers. I remember telling this to...
Bobcat is a fucking personality.
He is a personality, and I'll be real with you. If you, like, compressed the nation, like, if you compress different countries down to people and such, like, Australia is just Bob Catter.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You don't have Steve Irwin anymore. And if it's going to be anyone, it's going to be Bob Catter. It is because every time you hear people talk about Bob Catter from his division, it's, yeah, he's a good bloke. I had a beer with him, and he was, you know, very much cares for me and what have you. And you listen to any pundit, they're like, yes, they really do care about their constituents and what have you. So, like, quite honestly, they care about their constituents, but that's all they care about. They're not going to spend a minute longer in, like, identity politics and such. And you know what I hear most often with Australians? Is tall poppy syndrome and not wanting to deal with American bullshit and would much rather poke fun to it and all that nonsense.
American bullshit is pretty bullshit, though.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Oh my god, that is a cool...
Her
double
DT
trigger.
is pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Alright, so we got... Yep, okay, so that gives her flying, which means we can now, like, fly... Yep, I see what they want us to do. Alright, so the...
Phantom Master just messaged me, is NSFW okay? Is NSFW okay?
There's just something about... Let's just assume most of the artists that I am aware of and that I've commissioned in the past, unless I say otherwise, they've probably done not safe for work shit.
Yeah, no.
They can probably do...
I'm absolute full Freak Nation.
Oh, damn, that was a good...
Footlocker ad jump scare.
You're not subscribed to me? My goodness. Nah, I kid. Alright, here we go. So...
Fine, I'll fucking use my prime sub. Fuck you.
There we go. And then... Jump up here. Is Smelly Zeebs okay? No, I'm never smelly. I go for showers and all kinds of nonsense. I'm not doing, like, a blue Twitch stream where I'm gonna be doing a heap of exercise, and then, like, you know, whoever ever does the most donations or some nonsense gets to have, like, the sweaty teas or what have you. I have no idea if there's a market for them kinds of peeps in, blue Twitch land.
I'm entering Freak Nation.
Oh. There we go. Knowing my luck, I will probably have to do this again in the demon world, which is going to be extra annoying. But yeah, so far, like, Lucia, she kind of fun. Yeah. Like, as far as I know, I don't have to deal with, like, other... Like, I don't know if other weapons are going to be popping up anytime soon, but, you know, like, with what they've given us with, like, her cutlass thing and... Oh, I could have been breaking down them statues. Okay.
I like her back flip.
Yeah. There we go. So... not safe for work, complex OCs. Oh yeah, Phantom has some rather complex OCs. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
Not my cup of tea, but it's not my OC. So
I'm just checking to see if they go to ref.
Ah, okay.
Because like depending on how complex it is, I might have to like increase the price a little bit.
Yeah, fair.
Because like, you know, it's the effort, it's the, you know, chiseling in the bits. I'm very lucky to have my Sona be easy peasy as shit.
Yeah. Oh, neat. Okay. Oh, hang on. Almost.
I'll be right back.
Yep, not to worry. go. Alright, so now comes the question. Oh, okay, I see. So... There we go. You've not seen my new OCs, have you? No, I've not, and it's one of those things where, like, you have a lot of new OCs, so... Like, I've not really kept proper eye here and there properly. Alright, so purple orb increases the devil trigger, blue orb increases... Yep. Now, let's keep gathering, what's-a-mahoozies, because knowing our luck, we'll probably have opportunities to upgrade between levels, and that's probably a better time rather than upgrading in between, what's-a-mahoozies. Oh, never mind. Cutscene! Ah. Oh, shit. Ow. I love that, like, this girl is giving him stun locks of all things. Ow! But that's not stun lock. Neither is that. Yes! There we go. I think I'll go to 20, 25 max if pushing it. Yeah, I've got two. I've got Taylor Matsumoto, that is just, like, 100%, like, you know, femboy fetish and what have you. And then the other is, you know, this one, GrantZeebs, which I've been using for, like, the majority of the time and what have you. So... Alrighty. Got all that. And we get ourselves the Arcana Spada. Once sealed, a great demon. Nice. And then we pick up another fragment. No fragments here. I don't think I know that other one. It's not one that I share on stream or anything like that, because of the nature of it is rather unique and is still very much not safe for work still. So, yeah. It's not one that I'm going to be sharing anytime soon with peeps on stream. There we go. Chapter 2, done. Oh my god! I got an S rank for that?! Cap! Cap, come take a look! I got an S rank in clear time. I got an S rank in items used as well, of all things. Like, look at that. The stylish average isn't too high, but, you know, it is what it is. I remember enjoying her side of things more than Dante's. Hi there, Velk! Welcome to the stream! Yeah, no, I'm enjoying, like, quite frankly, I think because of going through Dante's side, like, I now know, like, the areas I need to expect and such. Oh! New cutscene. There we go.
Where's Mathieu? Mathieu? Mathieu?
Good grief. They really made a big mess, didn't they?
She's alive.
It sure took him a while to find this place. Oh, you have arrived, son of Sparta.
You knew him?
Isn't Sparta like fucking
We are the guardians
years and years ago?
of land, Vidumali. Our clan once fought against the demons with Sparta, son of Sparta. We must ask this favor of you. You see, there's a man who's transformed our land into a demon's paradise. His name is Arius. And although he is the president of an international public corporation, he uses the demon power. Please deal with Arius and his master for us.
Looks like it's your lucky day.
Oh joy, it's our lucky day.
Wonderful. I am very pleased. It leads to a harbor.
Hmm.
If you are successful, I will tell you a story about your father, son of
Thank you, Phantom.
Did you obtain the other Arcanus, my dear?
So, okay, this is a new...
Has done. Now we have only one piece remaining.
Okay. Different cutscene.
That it is in the ruin.
I know.
Alright. She has many arms, but only one heart. As she waits for the protector deep in the... Oh, this is talking about the what's boozy. The, blah, 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 blah. This is the water what's-a-mahoozy we had a while ago. Oh, and now it's nighttime in the what's-a-mahoozy place. Alright. Oh, hello. Red orbs. I will definitely pick... Damn it! That's a problem. Oh, big problem, big problem. Roll out of the way.
I'm back.
Welcome back. We got a new cutscene where she gave the Sparta dagger. There we go. We got rid of him. Do we go in here? Yes, we do. He was watching TV when you said many arms. I was like, what the fuck? He's stealing one of my OCs? Nah. It was talking about some other, like, thingamadiggy with many arms. Alright. Oh, damn it.
Orb.
Yep, I see it. I see it. Just give me a minute. There we go.
Yeah, that was easy.
Oh, and that was a full orb as well. That wasn't just a
Yeah, that was
fragment.
a whole orb.
Yeah, nice.
God damn, those daggers do some damage.
I haven't even updated them, upgraded them, which is the thing. So I don't know if it's one of those cases where Lucia has like fewer weapons, so there's like less chance for you to like, you know, use your orbs in other like things.
It's entirely possible.
It's entirely possible. And then... Because I like how she uses her kicks way more. As like an opener and such. Because Dante's, like, you know, pushing forward. Thingy-Majiggy pushes him, like, quite a bit forward, which is a little bit annoying, but...
He's Stinger, right?
Yeah. There we go. Got some pretty good stuff there.
Some nice orbage too.
Yep. There we are. So yeah, I'm kind of familiar of, like, you know, some of these places where it's like, oh yeah, I gotta run here or I gotta run there, so it's not too bad. And then, oh, that gate's already open, it seems, so... Are we coming into this, like, after Dante has gone through all this? Because I'm pretty sure that debris... Because I'm pretty sure that debris wasn't there when we were running as Dante, unless something happened where it forced debris. Thank you for the hyper himbo again.
God forbid I like my men with a bit more meat on their bones.
Oh, wait, hang on. Before I forget, there's probably an orb in there that's going to be very helpful. So, yeah. There's like an orb in here. I need to remember that. So... Hey, another showtime. Okay. There we go. So far, so good. And... Yep, there's our demon thingamadoogies. Or devil trigger, sorry. But yeah, hers is interesting, because, like, with Dante's, like, Sparta-looking thing... With Dante's Sparta-looking thing, it's very much, you know, scaly and, like, you know, demonic sort of stuff. Whereas with hers, it's very much a,
angelic, feathery, avian type of thing.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna like Dante's DTs from 3, though.
Not fair. Look, here's the thing, is everyone is talking... Like, I remember you talking about this back when I was playing DMC 1 and such, but, like, there was a lot of problems with DMC 1 and DMC 2, and some of it is attributed to the fact that, like, DMC 1 was, like, you know, a prototype and all that kind of nonsense to what Leon
like,
could have been, and it's, yeah, like you said, very old, and then DMC 2 was, like, a really short window for, what's-a-mahoozy? A really short window to actually do things, so it was pretty quick and dirty. So to then go into DMC 3 where they put a lot more focus on it, and everyone's like, yeah, DMC 3 is like the best Dante. And then they made that a prequel of all things.
Yeah. And also, like, Ruben Langdon, he is the voice actor of all time for Dante, I think. Ruben Langdon is the voice of Dante from 3, 4, and 5.
Ah, okay. Oh, there's
you're gonna hear DMC 3 Dante, and you're gonna go, oh, yeah, that is Dante.
Yeah. Oh, I do. Oop.
Damn, she fought it on you.
Yeah, no, she's... I'm
gonna
not doing
take
too
that?
well. Give me a second, let me just... Damn it! Yeah, okay, this is...
I want to post a funny image, but it is also mean. And I don't like being mean and rude.
Too bad.
Well, I do like being mean and rude, but this is just mean and rude for mean and rude sake, not
Which
for
is-
band's sake.
Yeah, nah. There we go. Alright, let's see. Okay, I'm getting a better trial with, Ow. Oh, and then orb. Ow, did not do that jump justice. And no longer Hyper Himbo. This one might be a little bit more annoying to do with What's-Mahuzi, because I did not do any... Yeah, and now comes the fun bit of trying to do all this.
Damn, that was a quick heal.
Yeah, she's pretty good with that nonsense. Yep. Yep, and then that puts her orb up. Ow, did not do that jump correctly. But yeah, also it... Yeah, she's got the gem right now where it's like, you know, increased heals and what have you. Oh, that's interesting. She doesn't have the infinite airtime thing like Dante does.
And this song ain't too bad.
Yep. It's a pretty good song.
Damn, she is Super Smash Brothers god.
So, yeah. Also, getting poisoned, not fun.
Nah.
Oh, white orb.
Warb.
Recovers your magical power. Cool. There we go. Yeah,
That's
no.
right.
A lot of them have been first tries in this game. I think that's the other thing as well, is that, like, maybe it's because of going through the first game, there's a lot of inherited knowledge. So, sure, there's the issue of, you know, this is, like, an easier game to a lot of people because of, like you said, just use guns all the time and what have you. Oh, look at that! Another clear time S!
Nice.
So, yeah, I'm going through this, like, fairly quickly.
You are going speedily.
3 missions in and only took like half an hour. Like, so far, so good.
You might have time to start DMC 3.
That would be hilarious, because you know what? Blue is doing DMC 3 right now this week, and if I, like, somehow do DMC nonsense while he's busy, like, that would be great. Actually, I'm not gonna purchase... Actually, you know what? I think I will purchase... I'm gonna purchase Devil Trigger, just so then that way that, you know, stays up for a little bit longer, but I'm not gonna purchase anything else, because, yeah, she's doing fairly alright with the stuff that she has, and I feel like the first, like, however many missions with Dante, for instance, I was doing fairly alright. It's only in her... Oh my god, what the fuck are these facehugger things? Oh, that was cool how she, like...
Oh yeah, Lucia only has 13 missions.
Oh, okay, so we might be able to go... Would any of them be, like, long? Because I know Dante had, like, a mission that was basically a little bit more of an open world experiment. Is it gonna
I
be...
have no fucking clue.
You have no fucking clue. Oh. It's Monkey! I knew it was a good idea to go with the who's he? Ow! Oh, no, 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 no. Don't be... Darn you. Oh, hey, red orb. Most certainly will pick that up. Honestly, her daggers are doing fairly good hits as well. Like, I am not having a terrible time with her, like, weapons at base level.
Yeah.
Like...
Do you think her gameplay is better than Dante's?
Yes. I think her gameplay is better than Dante's right now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think this might have, like, been more of a Lucia game rather than a Dante game.
Possibly? It's just weird that Dante... what the... Oh, because... Once again, the second POV camera is just... Or second person POV camera is just really causing me havoc. As always. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that in future games. Oh, but I have to deal with these fucking tanks. Alrighty, where is the infected tank? There he is! Yeah, no, so far so good. So you're just doing, like, commissioned artwork right now as well? Like, you're just working on things?
Sort of. I'm actually, running through Phantom's, options.
Ah, okay, okay, okay. Okay, I feel like the infested tank would have been cool if this was you know that section we had where the goading was, like, shooting things at us and we were in a long, alleyway and we had to try and get to him? I reckon the infected tank would have been more suitable for that, because it's having these things, like, it had a barrel. It had, like, this long-ass tank gun, and it just wasn't hitting me because I was right underneath it, just doing my combos. Oh, it's the Ouroboros helicopter again. Oh, that's the mission done? Oh, wow, okay. Items used S, damage B, stylish average, D, S. Yeah, this is fucking blitzing through this. 4 missions in, 32 minutes in. So far, so good. Roll the next mission. Oh, we're in this place. We're in this place. Okay. I remember this place gave me like a fucking headache trying to get in and out. And then... Oh, she doesn't go through there. Okay. Where the fuck does she go? There we go. Yep, and that's them dead. So, did I have to kill them in order to get to the... Nope. Oh, wait, hang on. No, I need a... Nope. Oh, okay, go through the door. Never mind. And then, yep, through these doors as well.
Sorry, I'm not being very chatty.
No, it's okay. You're doing your thing. And, like, thankfully, if I'm asking you questions and such, you're at least being receptive, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like, the thing is, like, there isn't much to talk about with, like, Lucia's thing. Like, you know, I'm just going through the motions. It's similar missions as what we got on Dante's side, and, you know, it's just...
Yeah, this shit's gonna feel real familiar when you get to Devil May Cry 4.
Okay. They're gonna do that again in Devil May Cry 4, are they? I'm gonna play Dante and then someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. Oh, hang on, let me avoid you. There we go. Like, look at me go. Like... Like, I'm not having... Yeah, I'm not having, like, a bad experience or anything like that with, Lucille right now. I don't know if it's just because, you know, I am now, like, 1.5 games through, Devil May Cry stuff, so I'm just, like, catching on to, you know, what they want me to do. But, you know, it is what it is. Alright, is there any reason to be in here? Oh. A cranky bomb. Compact bombs that can either be set or thrown.
Is that a weapon?
Is that? Hang on. Yes, it is!
Oh, word. She's got grenades.
That's kind of crazy. I didn't know that was a... Oh, and we had to go through this door. Never mind. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so she does have, like, other weapons. So, because that was my, like, curiosity is, like, are they giving her other weapons at some point? Because I don't want to, like, start upgrading things if, like, you know, different weapons are more suitable. Power is being supplied to all doors. Thank you. Oh, but now she's Now she's getting pulled in by the what's-a-mahoozies. So now we gotta get into here. Oh, wait, maybe no, maybe there isn't a reason to go in here again after we've already gotten the what's-a-mahoozy that we wanted, so... Yeah, because now we go over here. There we go. And then, yeah, because it's not doing that big of a breeze on me, so I'm able to go through this door again. And through here. So now we're getting double back stuff. I guess the question is am I going the right way? Oh wait, this probably is a good opportunity to, like... There's a bit of a delay, and it doesn't look like it sticks onto them. Yeah, it doesn't stick onto them.
Kick an OC? My word, there's a lot of choices.
They're just giving you, like, decision, like, anxiety right now.
Yeah. I am but the hand that paints.
Yeah, no,
Not...
you're gonna have to give him some direction there, Phantom.
Her, by the way.
Give her, sorry.
Yeah, you good.
I think I was trying to say M, but for them, but then, yeah, just him.
Yeah, no, I get ya. It's a slip of the tongue.
Yeah.
Which is fair, because tongue is slippery. Alright. Alright.
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Dunk.
Let's see.
Am I supposed to go through... Yep, okay, so I was meant to go through here. Hey, we got ourselves a new Devil Trigger power. Or this isn't a Devil Trigger power, and instead is just... Oh, Evil Orb. A Demon Stone that will absorb the possessor's power. Oh, we gotta get out of... We gotta get that off her. Oh, Yellow Orb.
Orb. To be fair, when we're on stream, we lose like 85% of our brain power.
Yeah.
Which is bad for Grant because like he's already.
I need all that power. But I'll be real with you, I can't get to that orb from here. I tried, but I have no idea how. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna ignore that for now. Knowing my yep. Okay, that's an orb I can get to, I think. If I know how. Yep, I do know how. There we go. And yep, that does. So that gives us an extra orb, which, you know, increases our health and what have you. So that's fine.
I felt like Queen from Deltarune Chapter 2. Grant! Get the banana! Get the banana, Grant!
Ah!
Get the banana! Get the banana!
There we go. All right. It would be great if we could just lock onto the thing it wants us to hit. That would be great. Why don't you?
Wouldn't it be nice?
Would be nice, but they don't. Alas, they
What a
don't.
steal.
So, all right. So, how far down?
I made myself a cup of tea.
Sounds like a plan. I've been getting into teas most recently, actually.
How do you take yours? How do you take yours?
Well, here's the thing. It's like, because I can't add any, like, milk and sugar, so I've been, like, I just been taking it, like, as green teas, chamomiles, peppermints.
I drink my tea black as well.
Yeah. So...
No sugar, no milk.
No. Yeah, so that's what I've been having, and it's like, they're good. They're nice alternatives. I still love soda, don't get me wrong. That's still my go-to drink. But when it's, like, early in the morning, and I don't want to, you know... I don't want to, like, you know, feel like terrible, or I might have had like a really full dinner last night, which is what happens sometimes on trivia nights. I will go and blah 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 blah. I'll go and get myself a chamomile to, you know, keep myself happy.
I'm a big fan of A bit of tea and porridge.
Tea
I know I
and
sound like a-
porridge.
Yeah, I've been getting into oats and stuff and porridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I need to go up, go up,
But
go up.
Are you not a fan of the porridge?
No.
The oatmeal?
No, I'm not.
That's a shame. I thought I wasn't, but I had some porridge with some brown sugar and cinnamon and honey, and it was delicious.
I feel like the brown sugar and honey and cinnamon is what I would go for, or on its own, before getting any, blah blah blah. Flame! Yay! So this gives us, like, flame what's mahoozies. Drop you all the way back down
To
here.
be fair, oatmeal is kind of like tofu. You gotta have some additive with it.
You gotta flavor it.
Otherwise, it's just texture.
Nah, I getcha. Also, where is the... There was a door. Here it is.
That's why it's so used in, like, muesli and shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is this the place where there was, like, fire and shit? I think there was, wasn't it? I was about to jump off, and I was like, probably not the best move. Oh, okay, here it would have been the best move. Yeah, so she's only got those swords. And then, yeah, arsenal, she's got cranky bombs and throwing daggers. Quite frankly, probably going to be one of those cases of just getting a lot of throwing daggers. Although, fuck it, we're going to get a purple orb to increase our devil trigger, and a blue orb to increase our health.
A plorb and a blob.
Yeah.
To be fair, you haven't really needed to use Vital Stars as a player.
Yeah, no, it's been fairly
You've just
alright.
been sort of locked in.
Very much so. Darts.
Jesus.
Short swords with their narrow shape. Multiple swords can be thrown at once.
Look at dude on there.
Okay, so that's if I... Yeah.
Can we go back to the guy who's just laying on the table?
Well, it's more of a corpse than a table. Also, the other guy's
He
here.
must have had the craziest head imaginable. Suck the goddamn soul out of him.
I cannot dignify that with a response.
When you nut, but she's still sucking. That's how I created my son.
To suck until there's no nut, Jesus.
Yeah.
Alright, you have inlaid
It's
the
like
evil
there's,
heart in the hollow. Nice, okay, so that's what we needed.
It's like those flavored straws that you drink like chocolate milk with.
Mm-hmm.
You know the ones?
Oh, the sip and suck. They had a cow with a fucking udder in the television advertisements. Sip,
You do remember
suck,
sip
and
suck.
say ah.
Exactly.
All right. Lightning demon. Okay, so we have fire and lightning options now.
God, those were classic.
Yep. All right. So now she has like all three kinds of weapons or like ranged.
They might have been called sip and suck in America, but in Australia they were called sip ah.
Nah, I think they were sip and sucks. Let me pick up those red orbs before I forget. There we go.
Okay, commission arranged.
All right, let's try. Okay, so the tiny swords, you know, will send multiple thingamadiggies, which might be good for crowd control, but it isn't really good on this. Let's try on the grenades. Okay, so it looks like they do detonation on contact. But yeah, if I start trying to spam grenades, she just starts, you know, dropping them at her feet instead. So I'm gonna...
That's a bit annoying, but it's good balance.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna stick to the throwing daggers, really. So... Here we go, here we go, here we go. So yeah, I don't need any brain cells, Phantom. I am perfectly fine as is. There we go. Alright. Rolling. She looking fine.
Shorty bad.
Red salt, red orbs. Oh, I can't pick them up. Damn it. All right, well, that's going to be for next time. And, of course, there are demons to deal with. Oh, bats. Never mind.
Freaking love bats. I like how she does an entire 360 when she chucks those.
For the tiny knives, yeah. And then those are the cranky grenades, and then there's that. So she can't go this way, she can't go that way. Yeah, she can't go that way, so it's only through this red door. Knowing our luck, we're gonna have to deal with an exploding facility.
I mean, probably. It's a totally not Resident Evil game.
Totally not.
Oil rig.
Yeah, because we went through the What's-Mahoozy cart. Oh, that's not What's-Mahoozy's. Oh, there he is. There's our man.
There he is. Mustache Vegeta.
Mm-hmm. C, B, D, D, S. Yeah, so much lower rank there, because I was kind of, you know, fucking about.
Sipping time sponsored by
Thank you so much for the self-care. I just took a sip just before you did that amazingly enough. Ah!
There's only one thing left to do.
Alright, I'm going to... Oh, I don't have enough orbs for the throwing daggers. Darn it. Thank you so much for the Hyper Himbo. You're going to be using up a lot of points for that Hyper Himbo, aren't you?
I've got like 9k spared, like, in store. I'm good.
Awesome.
And it's like, I don't use the channel points for anything else.
Yeah.
I like looking at buff men. Sue me.
Defect?
You are my creation.
Liar. Mathieu is my mother.
She merely found you when you were about to be disposed of. And then
See, this is a good cinematic. We're like 4 missions in, and we get this twist.
No.
Yeah?
This is better.
look. You have the mark on your shoulder. Proof.
Imagine if she's just got the company brand on that bitch.
Kai.
Yep.
Oh.
That is your real name.
The Keyblade!
Give me the arcanas. With them, my power will be complete, and I will become like the immortal.
How? Wait, Phantom, why are you doing that? Check out this clip, GrantZeebs streaming Devil May Cry 2. Like, is that just Twitch deciding to, you know, give you the text and all that kind of nonsense when you want to share? Because like, you're a...
Would be.
Maybe.
Because, like, he did put in a clip emote.
Yeah.
Right.
Because, like, there is a link there. But I know that Phantom is a mobile user, so they didn't... So, like, mobile platform on Twitch hasn't been perfect, but they've definitely been putting updates and things. So it's like, you can do comments. Like, you can reply now in mobile, which used to be a desktop-only thing. Ow.
Oh, good night, Phantom.
Oh, not to worry. Oh, yeah, because, yeah, they're, you know, American time and all that kind of nonsense, so...
Oh, yeah, it's like fucking 5 a.m. over there.
Yeah. I was talking about this on stream as, like, something I wanted to maybe try since I'm working this Saturday. Rather than doing a Saturday morning stream my time, which is, like, late in the evening, Friday night for Americans and such, maybe I should risk my sleep schedule and do a stream 11 p.m. my time is like 9 a.m. theirs. It's Mothra!
Mosuraya. Wow, she's got way better bosses than Dante has.
I think it's like new ones. Oh wait, no, I dealt with these fuckers before. I hate these guys. They do like the whole eating thingamadiggy.
Oh yeah, the Moth is literally doing Mothra moves.
Yep.
Like Mothra always had that sparkly in her flight.
Oh, no. Oh, I got fucking bored.
You got bored.
Get out. There we go. At least they explode on use. If only there was like a way to... Damn it, and Vord again.
Damn.
This is annoying. But hey, while I'm getting eaten, because technically I am trying to damage them and what have you, it does increase my Devil Trigger. It's just annoying that my Devil Trigger is increased in that fashion.
Indeed.
Come on, come on. There we go. That way I'm able to lock onto the Mothra with the last of my...
Wait, if it's 6 a.m., why is my homeboy hitting me up? He's a New Yorker.
Maybe he's just waking up early.
I'm pretty sure he's not. He might
Almost
be
done.
mentally insane.
Oh, and now I need to deal with... Okay, fuck off, larva. Well, I didn't get bored that time, so that's positive, I suppose.
Indeed.
Damn it.
I turned into that one bloody, what do you call it?
Bloody what?
That one voice line from Count Dooku. Like he hears a lot of alien like words and he just goes, indeed.
Indeed. Just have that. Oh, avoid you. There we go. Avoid you. Now I just have to deal with the larva. Maybe I'm just better off getting eaten by them. So then that way I'm able to, like, get them exploding. But I feel like that's not... I'm still gonna have to deal with, like, 2 of them until one of them... Come on. There we go. Oh. Yeah, you do way more damage with, like, melee and...
I see. My homeboy is just super horny.
Yeah.
To have me draw one of my characters.
Okay. There we go.
Oh, so hi, new YY.
Hi, YY. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yeah, it's left me with dealing with like two larvae still.
Also,
which is
when
relatively
YY
annoying.
put in Grant the Hyperhimbo,
yeah,
it kind of reminded me of you ever played GTA 5?
Oh, Nico?
Oh no, I was thinking
Oh wow, you could like stun them in a way.
Oh wow.
That's kind of crazy.
Actually, sometimes Trevor picks up a phone call from Lester going, Lester the Molester.
Oh, yeah. Also, YY, this isn't even my Hyper Himbo self now. There is, like, an even more Hyper Himbo. I think Cap has already redeemed it recently, so if you want to do it, like, earlier, you have to use 69 bits. And there's my thing. Grant pushing himself in less dimensions. Yeah. I was having an issue with Vignon, and I thought, you know what? Let me just do Hyper Himbo. Let me just do all this stuff with the PNG tuber. So yeah.
That's why I have this ability. Someday I'll attack humans. I have to go.
So before you go in that direction, I see there's a blue orb behind me, so let's not do that just yet. Oh, this is a new level entirely. Bless you.
I might actually go and grab a drink right now.
Yep.
So I'll be right back.
Yep, see you soon. This is a brand new level. This isn't something we've dealt with in Dante's side, I don't think. So, good stuff, good stuff. Alright, so we've got weird obelisks that look like we need to get rid of. So, let's head down. Dropping down here. That's interesting that... There we go. Level 5. 52 minutes. Mission 7 now. Holy and filthy at the same time. Some mysteries should be extinguished. So yeah, and we only have the grenades for while we are... Oh, another blue orb, thank you. Ah, okay, so I need to swim up here then. There, oh, almost there. Come on, get out of the water. We'll probably have a much easier time once we're out of the water. There we go. Yep. That way we're not using bombs. So, looks like we can only use bombs while in the water, it looks like. I wonder if that's going to be something we have to deal with on multiple occasions. Yep, there's her Devil Trigger again. New ability! Aqua Heart, a magic stone with the heart of a swimming demon fish. Okay. There we go. Alright. Easies. Oh. Something there to pick up as well. And... yeah, alright. So I see what they want us to do. Oh, I see. So we're getting... okay. Okay, so I need to... wait, is my... yeah, okay, so my Aqua Heart, add ice, add flame. Nah. Okay, so yeah, we can't go there yet because even with the Devil Trigger with the Aqua Heart, it's not letting her in there. Yep.
I'm back with my drink, and why am I still getting ads?
Advertisement just went off?
Yeah, but also I'm subscribed.
Are you? I didn't get a notification that you used your Prime sub.
That's weird.
Nope. I'm just gonna see if I can sync faster. Because I don't know if... Is there a way for me to sync faster? Would be nice. So far, it doesn't look like... Nah, doesn't look like I did. You come back to see you're getting chewed by a Terraria boss. Yep. These skull thingamadiggies. Thankfully, Lucia has, like, you know... She's invulnerable. Or not invulnerable, but, like, she has no, There we go. So, get you there.
Like, she's plus on block to that.
Yeah. She's got, no, what's-a-whoosy to worry about. And then... There we go. And then... Yeah!
Yay.
Knew we were missing something. Alright. Oh, and it's doing, like, the what's-a-whoosy thing. Okay, so we need to be... Or, I just do that... Oh, wait, hang on. I need to change the...
I might just stream commissions instead of Clear Obscure. I've got a few on my plate, and I'd like to get them through.
Mm-hmm. She used to be able to fly. Why isn't she doing that anymore?
Because she's under the water.
Hello, are you? I'm under the water. Please send help.
It's too much raining.
There we go. Alright. Cool. Okay, so that stopped her from, you know, sinking or what have you. Now the question, how to make her, like, you know, just sink faster?
Good question.
Because is it just me, like, swimming in circles? Maybe.
Ooh.
Alright, hang on. No, pick up the thing, because there's something here. There we go. A bow gun. Oh, that's all the arsenals for her. A bow gun created only for usage underwater. Cool.
So she only has one sword.
So she'll... Okay, cool. Well, easily gonna upgrade her swords, then. Alright, here we go. Here we go. So... Ding.
Speaking of upgrades.
Dunk. Lion, come on. There we go. Sword. There we go. Easy upgrade there. And then ding, dong, bam. So yeah, how is it going, Velk? I am honestly having a wonderful time going through Lucia's campaign for Devil.
Way better than Dante's.
It is better than Dante's, quite frankly. Uh-oh.
Holy shit, it's the stand. Blue Moon.
What? It's got so many eyes.
He did a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. Makes me want fish sticks.
Oh my god, this is gonna be a bit of a annoying thing.
Don't you love
'Cause
water
now
levels?
Well, this one is even worse though, so I will be real with you. Because what's more is it's invisible, so...
What game does water levels good, do you think?
Legend of Zelda, I would say, because that's everyone's like look of Legend of, like even like sure, Water Temple is absolute, you know, pain, but I feel like that one isn't like that one is like the last of their painful. I've not seen problems with their other water levels.
Maybe Subnautica, or like
Well, that's
the
by
Mario games.
I think the Mario games like gave us the whole like like you know water levels you move differently, but I don't think they've done it well. Is my thoughts.
I enjoyed the Underwater Kingdom in Odyssey. Maybe because there's a lot of traversal options.
Yeah, maybe. Oh.
A fuck ass fish.
It honestly, like, I think this one's annoying because there isn't a means of, like, other than locking onto it. But if it's invisible, I can't lock on. So, and then it's doing all these electric attacks. So, I am right next to it, and it did no damage. Like, come on, game. Oh, you can just hold down E and it will do, like, all the firing. Cool. Awesome, 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 awesome.
Oh, nice.
So it's like Devil Trigger in that way. Oop. Oh, almost there. And don't go invisible. Don't go invisible, you son of a bitch. Yeah, there we go. Tate. So we defeated the Tate Obesu. Nice.
Tatiana Obese.
You missed Subnautica. Is so relaxing. Subnautica was alright. I know they're doing a Subnautica 2. So, like, Subnautica Sub-Zero was sort of like a side expansion. It did, like, a lot more narrative story and what have you, and was just like, oh, here's another element to keep an eye about, ice, which wasn't, you know, too important. So to get,
Subnautica. Feel free to shoot me dead.
There we go. B rank that time. Save our data. Okay, I'm going to do an advertisement break for a little bit, because I need to go and piss. So be right back. It will be a short and sweet 30-second advertisement.
Go piss, girl.
Yeah. Any of you that are subscribed, Cap will keep you entertained. There we go.
Oh, hey.
That's the function.
No ad for me. It's finally working.
Yes, I'm taller than Phantom.
Man, I'm gonna go buy
Warhorse
some dinner.
Indra is 6'1" and a half.
I'm gonna stay right here,
Jesus. But yeah, so yeah,
But I am
that
gonna
was done by I
grab
Like
some
Butts, amazing artist,
As
and
much
let
as
me
I like
tell
the
you,
porridge,
it would be
I
real
also
like
meat.
if I'm being brutally honest with myself. Alright, we're on to something, chat. Alright, so no cookies in my hand.
God forbid a girl wants.
There's no cookies
meal
in
to
my
once have
hand.
lived.
I have no cookies up my ass. And what do you know? Cookie before your eyes. High fist. That sounds like some fucking, like, you know, vor invitation nonsense.
Shit gets cold.
Dude, like, what the fuck?
Yeah. That's Australia for you.
Fuck's sake. Okay, so you have that problem too, as well.
The entirety of Australia has that problem.
Oh my god.
Our insulation
It's
barely
shit.
even works for heat.
What the like, there is no insulation. That's what it feels
Exactly.
like. Alright, so I can't upgrade swords to another level. I don't know if bow gun is gonna work above water, so I'm gonna leave that for now. Defeat the prisoner in the abyss and hand the hunter the mysterious vessel. Alright, cool.
Oh, you're like way further than halfway into this.
Yeah. Still in a water level, annoyingly enough. And I feel like they were phoning it in at this point.
Yep. It sounds like Tyler 1.
There we go.
Yeah, I should start uploading, like, I'm, like, just watching right now, but I should, like, upload some of the new shit I've done to bloody FA.
Do you have Posty Bird?
I don't have Posty Bird. I've got, Fabui, though.
Is that does something similar?
Sort of. It just makes uploading to FA a lot easier.
Ah, okay. Because Posty Bird, I think, does the same thing, but the thing that makes it, like, the 99% is that it makes it easier to upload to, like, multiple areas. Yeah. I hate that it has a scheduling method, but in order to schedule, you have to, whatsamahoozy? Reflect my power? I'm sorry, what?
You gotta reflect your power, dude.
Alright, hang on. Okay, but do I have... I don't think I know how to reflect in... Knowing my luck. Weapon. Silver dagger, short, cranky bomb, only used in... Okay, here we go. So we have flip escape, we have air hike, we got kick, we got wall hike, sky high, rapid fire. Twosome. Simultaneously shoot in different... No. Stand on hands and then kick enemies. Lock onto target, then press Y at the same time, landing on the ground after a jump. Devil trigger, air raid. Nah. Nope. I have no idea how to reflect shit. I have no context. Like, I thought it was like, you know, you hit things, but that doesn't seem to be the case. See, like... Nope. That isn't it either. Like... And this does seem like an essential spot, which is a little bit annoying. DMC2, Lucia, reflect my power. When it shoots a fireball, use your swords and hit the fire back in the eye. Hit the... Seriously? So I just need to time it with the swords? Oh my gosh. Press the circle to activate it. Wait, that's mission 5, mission 6, mission 7, mission 8. Granted. Then go and step to the center square of the floor as different patterns of. Nope, that's not it. Move to the other side of the room and wait for it to spit a fireball. Stand to the left of where the fireball passes and press triangle to send back to the statue. Takes timing and correct placement, but experiment until you get it right. There we go. Jesus. This is gonna take a minute.
Nice.
That's 1. 2. There we go. So I had to do it like 3 times. Oh. There we go. Yeah, would be great if we could target that thing, but they don't let you target inanimate objects.
Damn.
And once again, they give us the grenades first, but it's like, no, don't give us the grenades. Give us the water gun.
Got a batch of 8 getting uploaded now.
Nice. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And I'm just waiting for myself to lower down into the waters a little bit more. Dunk. Come on. Pick up the red orbs while I'm here. There we go. Swim up. There we go. Yes! Out of here. Ooh, okay. So we now have platforms? Light a blue flame, and then the way will be open. Oh, okay. Here we go.
Ah, this again.
There we go. That was way less frames needed.
I'm gonna take a moment to tie my hair up.
Your hair.
My hair.
My hair.
You've seen how long my hair is now, haven't you?
I think so. It's not that. Well, normally you don't like pull it down for me or anything like that. You're not my girl. You don't show me what it's like whipping it back and forth.
I'll show you it once I have it tied up.
Nah, it's you're good.
No, but I like showing off my hair. It's very long and luscious and healthy.
Let it be known that I'm in the middle of streaming, so it's gonna be one of those cases of you're gonna need to do the, the girl bossy move of like, he felt cute, might delete post later, not turn on the webcam for me to observe while in the middle of streaming and no one else.
That's what I was talking about.
Ah, okay.
Not the perfect tie up, but it'll have to do.
Yep. Wait, why aren't these things breaking? Okay, there we go. It just takes time. I just need to angle myself so then that way. There we go.
Oh yeah, it really does look long at that angle.
There we go. And we get ourselves... Oh.
That seems really annoying.
Yeah, it is really annoying. And
it really is just like a mash check.
come on. Nah, didn't mash it in time.
What mission is this, by the way?
Mission 8? You're double checking if they do anything, aren't you?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Nah, fair. I can't be bothered. There might be like a thing, so hang on. Unless I'm gonna be annoyed if it's gonna be one of those cases of it would be easier just to... There we go. So that's destroyed all 3. There we go. Ah, but then we do the... So it's only...
Are you sure it's not already collectible? Like, what's that?
Nah, because, like,
Purple light?
the purple light is when all of them are gone. See? So it was, like, it was down, and then it was back up again. And it's for, like, whatever the fuck that is. So, but you know what? Swords. Upgrade them again. So, reach level 3 with any sword. So, level 3 might be the max. So, let's see if they stay, like, if they're easier to break now that there's, like, 1, 2, 3, 4...
Oh, I see how it is.
What's up? Come on. No, you bastard! Okay, what is it that you see?
Weaken them almost to breaking.
Oh.
And then just break all 3 of them in a row.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22. Okay, so 22. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There we go. Come on. There we
So
go.
smart.
Yep. Thank you. You did it. I would not have done that. I would have just been like, nah, keep hitting him until you do it fast enough.
Yeah, that's that himbo brain.
Thank you for the tip. Quick Heart. A stone with the heart of a running demon beast. Oh, we get to... So that's what makes it run faster. Not the fact that I... There we go. I'm gonna get some of these levels, because I could have used, you know, that level up to go into, like, my throwing daggers or something, but instead it's gone to some blades that, you know... That thing was gonna take, like, you know, 20 hits anyway to do. Okay, we were in this part before, I think. Oh, look at this fucking lard. And let's just use the double trigger to get through this as quickly as we can, because, you know, we got quite a bit of it. Oh, that's a new move. Gotcha. That's an alright boss.
Yep.
Also, yeah, no, she is, like, even with using the swords, I'm not having as bad of a time. And also, I think the fact that I'm using swords more often is probably a positive thing, because I know you and someone else was like, yep, this is the gun one. But, like, yeah, wasn't needed. Ah, and this is where the cutscenes marry up.
Did you find what
Yeah.
you were looking for?
Yes. Now we can stop Arius's ambition.
Yep.
Whatever.
But
Fucking whatever, I don't give a fuck.
Whatever.
Let me flip my one-sided coin.
not deserve this power. Bring this to Mathieu for me. Please. I've got something that I need to take care of.
Did he always have such green eyes? Whatever. Mission cleared! Oh my god, that took me 15 minutes. So yeah, that mission took a while, and that's mission 8. So we got like another 4 to go. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 4. Because there's like, what? You said there was 12 missions, right?
Yep.
To prove its own identity, the Protector points a blade towards the Decayed King. Yep. Alright. I'm gonna probably put it towards... No, I don't have enough orbs for that. So they're at level 3. And yeah, blue orb is for vitality. Double trigger is 15,000. Do I? Yes, I do. Fuck it.
Fuck it, we ball.
It's less of a fuck it, we ball, but fuck it. Let me get them now. So then that way, if I have to deal with like more boss missions and such like that as we get closer, hang on. Let me just gonna. All right, hang on. So there's. Oh, is there how many?
Shit, my dinner's here.
How many missions does she have?
12.
12. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So yeah.
For a defect, you show promise.
Ugh.
You really think you could deceive me? Have you come back to me, Kai?
I'm Lucia.
Nice.
Only Kai.
Then why?
I feel like we were missing a essential mission that would have, you know.
You seek my death.
Die!
Yeah, easy enough. No, damn it. There we go.
You lose, Kai.
Kill me!
That man is going to bring me the Arcana shortly.
Mm.
You will live to see that.
Almost.
That's just a piece of crap.
Oh, Arcana.
Here's another 3 for you.
No!
Oh yeah, you can see in that cutscene earlier that
Crap like that doesn't interest me.
that was just his like trick coin.
Your swan song will.
And now we get our boss fight condensed down to a cutscene.
Someone is holding you
Forget about me. Kill Arius.
Sorry about that. Had to grab my food and
Don't worry.
a bobby pin as well.
I've got you.
Not to worry. But yeah, mission 9 is went through a boss scene against Arius.
Arius.
And then, oh, there's Dante in his double trigger form. S rank, nothing in orb. Stylish was low, but got a B rank for that. All right, so level 9 is cleared. 3 more missions to go.
Why did you save me? I was created by him,
Every hero has a weakness.
but the ritual was activated because of me.
There's still time.
We have until the sun is completely eclipsed. But how are you going to enter the building? The entrance is...
Where there's a will, right?
How'd she even get there?
Eh,
Yes,
magic.
it's true that we are not tied by blood. But our ties are bound by history and experience, which is much deeper than blood. Now go.
Did you know that the quote, like, blood is thicker than water, came from the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb?
Are my daughter.
I did know that.
Nice.
Thank you, Mother.
God, the red hair is so fucking striking. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, mission 10. 4 lights will open the seal. Oh, it's this shit again.
Good luck.
I remember this one being a pain when I was on Dante. This took me a lot of time.
Do you want me to grab a guide up?
Yeah, you might need that guide up. Oh. Okay, so there's the first one from the looks of it. Here comes the problem, is that you can't target, like, the thing. Like, I just want to target these things, and for whatever reason, only, like... Let me just get you out of the fucking way. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm positioned perfectly to, you know, hit them very quickly. All right, cool.
Nice.
All right, so that's the first one. 3 more powers in order to reach the demon world. So there's the first one, which was, like, self-evident.
Apparently you keep moving down the street.
Is it really that short?
Apparently.
All right, give me a second. I'm just getting rid of these guys. That way I get both orbs and some devil trigger, like, charge. All right, down this street? Okay. All right, so nothing here. So we jump up here. Jump up here. So that gets us over. And then nothing here. Oop. Alright, I don't see it here, which means it's probably somewhere along the roofs. Knowing my luck? No, it isn't. Running around at the speed of sound. Dun, 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 dun. Nah. Alright, cool.
This is exactly what Devil May Cry needs. An open world.
If Devil May Cry, like, it needs a way better, like, level design than this. And it's not... I don't think open world is a advisable format for a second camera view like this. Like, it definitely needs to be third person. Also, have a good map. I remember looking at the map on the Dante side, and it looked absolutely terrible. Like, if I go here and I go map, it just... That's the overhead, is that it's flashing. That is absolutely terrible.
It doesn't even give you a "you are here" point.
Nah, it doesn't. It's just like, here is an approximation of your area. And it's like, cool. Do I get an indicator of where I am or where the objective is? No. Why would you? Actually, I don't need that much work to get the double trigger up to full, so they are good as they are. And ding. So red orbs is nice. Alright, and then we're over here. We pick up... Yay! A yellow orb!
And a globe.
Oh, there's the globe. I see it now. Yep, thank you, thank you, thank you. Damn it. Now comes the fun bit of, without targeting the globe, try and do enough hits rapidly to... There we go. Now I'm in a position where I can just button mash it. There we go. 2 more. Alright, so we just followed the road then. And then... Alright, so now we just follow the road. Wait, unless...
Keep moving down the street.
Was there a... No,
oh, you follow the orbs to the next area.
Yep, okay, cool, cool. Oh, wait, hang on, orb. This was... I remember this, like, confused me, like... Because this was where Dante had one of his orbs, I'm pretty sure, as well.
And one of his swords.
Yes, that too. From the looks of it, there isn't an orb to absorb. Or not to absorb, sorry, to destroy. Nah, there isn't. Oh, but there is a blue fragment. Or, no, that's a blue orb. Never mind.
Orb.
That was an orb. Nice. Lucky me. No blue orb here. Okay. Alright, let's get out of here, because there isn't anything I need there. So, yep, follow the red orbs. Dropping us down here. Yep, there's another one of them. There we go. One more to go. So, down this way somewhere.
Let's see. All the way until the street dead ends. In a little side area, you'll find the Zamabrak swords. After a raging fight with several savage golems and demon chorus, grab the large orb at the end of the block, and then head to the Y intersection and take the left branch.
Ah, so we have to go back to the Y intersection and pick up the...
Apparently there's swords here though, so you might want to check that out.
Oh, yeah, I see it. But I've already upgraded my first... Yeah, so Zambox, high striking power. Like, I've already leveled up my I've already leveled up like the first set, the cutlasses and what have you, so that's not good.
Fair enough.
Fuck these savage golems.
Damn, don't let him breathe.
Yeah, no, I'm trying not to. Yeah, so there are these orbs here. Yeah. Try and revive a little bit of myself. Oh yeah, these guys are going to be annoying at some point, no doubt.
Yep.
Alright, let me get rid of the Savage Golem.
Damn.
There we go. Alright, now I'm full Devil Trigger, which is good. Too bad that we haven't seen, like, any, purple, orbs, like, out in the wild, because it would be nice to get the Devil... Because, like, I feel like the Devil Trigger being bigger is way more beneficial than the blue being triggered. Than the blue one, but, you know, that's me. Oh, can I go through here? No, I just have to deal with these guys.
Damn ice. Too loud.
You could hear the ice getting picked up in Discord, and you're like, damn.
Yeah.
There we go. Alright.
It's a shame because I love the crunch.
Okay, so going down this road, just running it down, running it down, running it down.
Apparently there's a broken ledge you jump up. Oh. Road.
Road. Oh, yep, I think I know about this road. Yep, I'm familiar with this.
Ooh, crispy.
Oh, no, come on. No, don't fall down, you... Oh. There we go. And now she's stuck. Okay, now she's not. Cool. Backing out really slowly and running. Here we go. Running, 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 running. All right, so now we have to go through the door that we had to go through last time, I think, wasn't it? So, because then we have, like, the eyeballs, and then that gets us into, like, some weird version of hell, I think. So, yeah, so now we go down this way. And then... Is it... Yeah, so is it this thing? No, it isn't. It's, this door here. No, is it this door here? No, it isn't. This door here? No, it isn't. Where the fuck is the door? Not this door. There's a door we're trying to get through. I swear there's a door. Where the fuck oh, is it like back at the beginning, is it? Better not be back in the beginning. Or maybe it's the one that's like glowing here on the right. Is it this one? No. Damn it. Cap doing the research.
Oh, no, I might have accidentally beefed it a little bit.
Because right now I'm trying to find whatever... Is it this gate? Nope. Is it this thing? Nope. Alright. Yeah, blue orb is vitality, devil trigger is 1,500. Yep, definitely gonna try and increase that devil trigger at some point. Because, yeah, this just gets me back to the quote-unquote beginning. Which isn't where I need to be right now. Oh, wait, no. Was it? Hang on.
I accidentally, clicked the sus link on FA. So, if my, FA gets compromised, you know why.
First thing I'd recommend is opening it.
I already resetted my password.
Yeah, I would also recommend, signing out of everything and seeing if you can... Like, does FA give you an option to, like, force all sessions to disconnect or something like that?
It's got active sessions.
Yeah, are you able to tell it to stopping active sessions? There we go. Alright, so now we got this eyeball. Yep. Alright. Does lightning... This is probably going to take us a bit of time. This is when I had to deal with the spider guy, Phantom, I think? Yeah, there he is again.
Yeah, I just logged out of all current sessions.
Yeah, because that's the, like... Because then that way, like, they don't steal, like, session IDs or anything like that to try and... So that's, like, another good way to keep... There we go.
I'm also pretty sure you can get 2FA on here, so I'll look into that.
2FA is just a good recommendation, whichever way. Honestly, I'm doing a pretty good job on Phantom. Until then.
Okay, FA doesn't have 2FA, so...
Nah, that's... Sorry to hear.
Wish me luck, gang.
Yeah. Oh my god, I am absolutely blitzing through Phantom. Blitzed! Yes, guns will do damage from a distance and keep you safe and shit, but oh my goodness, it's fun getting, like, your Devil Trigger up higher by going through with the melee, and then, yeah. Fantastic. That's level 10 out
Really
of the
nice,
way.
nice.
Next mission.
Damn it! Now I'm like anxious and shit.
Is the password the same in any other systems? Because then you'd want to double check that, you know, those, like, you want to check those accounts now and make sure. So obvious ones are like YouTube, email, Twitch, and all that. Like, this is why, like, password managers that will give you, like, alternative, like, passwords are really great. Like, 1Password. I think Google has tried getting in on that, of being able to be like, oh yeah, let's make randomized passwords as like a suggestion, rather than relying on you to type in your own password and what have you. Alright, so we can increase the power of throwing daggers. You know what? Yeah, let's increase the power of throwing daggers while we're here. It was tempting to save money for purple ore, but we ain't gonna do that. Mission 11. Let's see. Oh, now comes the part where I have to, like... So, yeah. So now comes the part where I have to break all the eyes and what have you. So yeah, this is very similar to Dante's shit. Yep, so now we got...
Sorry if that came through.
No, that's alright, that's alright. I can help you with those things, you know, when I can. Just suggestions of where to look next and what have you, because, you know, sometimes people forget these things when they, you know, want to try and be secure. It's like, yes, I've made this account that's been compromised more secure than ever before, and it's like, cool. Is that security also reflected in other systems? And then there comes that moment of, oh no, it isn't. There we go. Get rid of the demon child cherubs. Get rid of these demon children. I hate them with such a passion. And now to deal with the abyssal goats. There we go. Come on. 30 seconds remaining to kill all the enemies. And portal closes again. God damn you. So am I supposed to destroy the other eyes, or... I can't remember if I was meant to or not.
I'm pretty sure you are.
Oh, okay, so... Yeah, I just got busy attacking all the... Oh, maybe I need to attack all the things and then... Destroy the eyes, then destroy the ADCs. That's it. Nope, that eye is not a... Oh, maybe it's specific eyes I need to hit first? Nope, it's not specific eyes.
I should be fine for now, but, you know, I'll take it by ear.
Yeah. Play it by ear for a little bit.
It's not like I'm sitting on the most bad boy pieces of information here.
No, you're not. And if you've already made it sure that, like, you know, any accounts that had the same password as the whatsamahoozy as the FA are now changed as well, you should be secure. Like, there we go. So it is ads. I did have to hit ads, not the eyeballs. Or maybe I now hit the eyeballs. Or maybe not. Hang on. Wait, is the... Yeah, so the thingy-madiggy is still there. Nope, okay, yeah. Ads. A, B, D, D, S. Got B rank, nice. There we go. Saved for level 11. Next mission. And mission 12. The Protector scales the skyscraper believing in its own reason for existence. Alright. Oh, okay, I need to... Here we go. Need to run up this... If I only could, I'd make a deal with God. 2 avocados for 10 bucks. Where the fuck... Oh, you bastard.
I'm surprised there's no report feature on it. Oh, there we go.
Where the fuck... Oh, am I... What am I doing wrong in this area? Am I missing a set of stairs somewhere? I feel like I'm missing a set of stairs somewhere. Oh, I'm missing an elevator. Now it wants me to fight something. Up with the blood goats. There we go.
Also, it didn't pass the, like, I didn't have it open past the security check.
Nope, that's fair. Good job. You're being vigilant, you're being secure with your security.
But now, it's just the anxiety.
Yep. Alright, here we go. Oh, and then this elevator part.
Sorry about that.
Oh, all good, all good, all good. Like I said, I'm here for the IT help. That's what I...
Oh, no, I meant because I muted myself for a little bit.
Oh, no. That's perfectly fine as well. If you do, like, a lot of typey nonsense and you're like, oh, I can hear my keyboard going through the mic, then muting yourself for that, then that's fine. There we go.
I think I should just calm down. Shit should be... Shit'll sort it out.
Shit should sort it out. You reported it, you changed your password, you checked it, you made it so that you revoked all active sessions, so then that way the only way they can get in is with the latest password, which they don't have. Yeah, I can't level up any of this shit. Might as well wait until we get to the final... Are we at the final chapter? I can't remember. Yeah, okay, this is, yeah, this is the last chapter. This is chapter 12.
Yep.
My goodness, look at the time, 9:30. We're making some ripping progress here.
We're fucking speeding through. You could you know, play the intro to Devil May Cry 3.
Let's see. Bam.
You could make this party get crazy.
Could make this party crazy. I don't want to do that because I want to, like, so definitely next Monday will be the
we'll pace ourselves.
We'll pace ourselves, exactly. And what's more is I don't know what the pacing is going to be like with Devil May Cry 3. So, and who knows? Maybe I just absolutely fuck us over for the next 20 minutes plus.
And if the tracking doesn't work, you could always just make you a Dante PNG.
That would honestly be cool.
Of course, I'll make it nice and swole for you.
I appreciate it.
Wow, this camera blows.
It is a very blowy camera. Like, I think this is the biggest problem with, you know, having to deal with, you know, enemies that, like, in the second PvP. Because it's like, oh, if you want horror elements, it's like, yeah, this works great for horror elements. Also, it helps if I, you know, didn't force myself into the back corner. There we go. Because knowing my luck, I don't actually have to stay here. And once again, we make it to showtime.
Yes.
Too bad there isn't any, like, double S or anything like that. It's just showtime.
That only gets put in 3.
Sacrifice will generate and bring you closer to the demon world. Ah, cool, okay.
That's sacrilege, by the way.
Oh, sacrilege. I thought it was sacrifice. Oopsies.
It's about the same, pretty much. Well,
yeah.
Sacrilege is more like heresy.
Yeah. So we use that on the evil statue, which distorts this world. And then we run through this area, grab another sacrilege. Distorting that world even further. Magic isn't real, motherfucker.
Magic ain't real. Magic ain't real. Magic ain't real.
There we go. Through here. Alright, so now we gotta find another sacrilege, and then return it to that thing. Yep. There it is up there. Oh, avoid that, avoid that. There we go. So yeah, I thought it was saying sacrifice all this time, but I was wrong. Ooh, we might be able to get to enough red orbs where we are able to get ourselves the purple orb upgrade, so then our devil trigger can go for even longer. Let's see how we go. Yep, do the distortion. Come on. God, one of the things I would love to try and figure out with Elgato, like VSTs and what have you, make it so that I can update the EQ, so then that way when I do get the hyper himbo, I get like the whole like voice change thing for like forcing my tone lower.
You have no idea how insanely feral I'd go.
Yeah, because here's the thing as well, is that because I would apply it on the Elgato Wave, it would be noticed in the Discord as well, is the thing.
Ooh.
So, because I know some people are like, oh, they'll make it like a thingamadiggy in voice mod or something like that. And voice mod only
blows.
Voice mod does blow. It uses a lot of CPU, and I've had plenty of people give me complaint about like how it sounds robotic when there's like certain points in the game. Or like when I'm progressing through stream, because it's like, oh, I'm doing a lot of processing, and then the CPU like fucks over and such. Yeah, fuck it, ignoring all these guys. And then... Am I going the right way? Hopefully I'm going the right way. No, I'm not. Okay, I think I need to go back to an elevator. And then from the elevator, we find, like, the demon hole or something like that. I think that's the...
Demon hole?
Yep, the demon hole.
I'm not gonna finish that joke. Damn.
There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Where is this elevator? Because I bet you that's what they want me going down. Oh, yeah. It's probably... Yeah, this thing. Here we go. Yeah! We're getting further and further into the story.
Angles.
Dutch angles. Here we go.
Dutch angle dragon.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
this guy again.
Fuck.
Glug, glug,
Am I
glug,
sure that there's
glug,
not more
glug.
missions after this?
I remember having this was a shit time with can't wait till DMC is finished. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting through DMC too.
Yeah. After you kill Trismagia, there's only one mission.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing, is that... Oh, actually, what am I thinking? Her Devil Trigger with the ranged isn't as great as,
Dante.
Yeah, it isn't. I forgot about that. And what's more is her Devil Trigger takes forever to like, get up if I'm using, like, daggers and what have you.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is gonna be sucky.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I know about the dodging for, all that, so...
Shit, the way this is going, I might have to open up Balatro.
You just can't stand watching me have to go through all this again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, pain. So yeah, this one definitely is like...
How many knives do you think she's got?
I think they just keep coming back after a period of time.
Boomer knives.
Thankfully, if I get, like, behind the pentagram circle with the lightning guy, he doesn't seem to be as painful. And then here comes the fun one. Let's see how this one goes. Damn it. Well, he's getting weaker.
Yeah.
I'm on his, like, last health bar right now, so... So I'll have to, like, go through his 3 heads. He'll recombine for his final hit. And I forgot about trying to get behind his thingamadiggy. Come on. Woohoo ha! My favorite DMC2 line. Hi there, Davey boy. Welcome to the stream. We got done with Dante's storyline like relatively recently. It took us like half an hour in the stream because we went through we blitzed through that nonsense like faster than me or Cap expected. Ow, no. Give me... Damn it, this is a terrible yellow orb to... What a terrible level for the yellow orb to get wasted on.
Yeah. To be fair, this boss is just terrible.
Yeah. And look how low they are right now. There we go.
Finally.
I figured when you're her now. Yeah. So... Oh my gosh. Knowing our luck, we're probably... Hey, look at us. Just... Oh my gosh, he's Naruto running.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Alright, let me just so then that way I can get Devil Trigger up, like, so much higher. Because, yeah, like, I know everyone recommends, like, using guns and what have you for, like, safety's sake and what have you of getting damage done quickly, but...
It's not like you could have, like, meleeed Trismegius.
Nah, it wasn't. Like, I tried when they were doing, like, the split heads and what have you, but you couldn't, which was annoying. Go. That gets them out of the way. There we go. Alright, never mind. They keep spawning. Yay, green orb. Oh, it nearly got me up to full. Nice. You know what? Color me curious. I'm just gonna... Scroll down. Phantom. No, we dealt with Phantom. Chapter. Alright, here we go. The Tri-Face Wonder is tough to hurt. He has plenty of pain. It's about dancing and waiting. You will be able to... When it breaks into the... But you'll need to learn to dodge those attacks. You have a lot of gold ore, sucker, and you probably should. You might just want to cowboy it through the take damage and move... that's it. Here's first off, when it gets close, we'll fly, let it shoot... is to let it rejoin, then hit it with a Devil Trigger. Use your whole bar at it, and you'll peel through most of its first bar of health. When you're out of Devil Juice, start tossing daggers. The phases will likely have to part and rejoin 4 or more times. When you do, you'll be... Yeah, okay, cool. So, basically what we were doing. There was really nothing unique to... There wasn't anything I was really missing to hit them up close or anything like that.
Yeah, nah.
It really was just a case of dancing around, throwing daggers, and then with a full level of Devil Trigger, just start throwing things at him. This controller just vibrating, just for all that. Go. C. S. A. S rank on the orbs. Nice.
Nice.
Ah, but we don't...
Now it's time for the final mission.
There we go. Clear. Next mission. We didn't get enough orbs for the Devil Trigger bonus, so shame.
You defeated Arius.
Yeah. I wonder if they were gonna try, like, if it wasn't for the disc 1, disc 2 thing, unless they would tell us to, like, swap from one mission to another. So it's like, use Dante for, like, a mission, and then swap over to Lucia, and then swap back to Dante for 2 or 3 missions, and then Lucia for one mission.
I was a descendant of the clan that protects Videmarly. The ones who
But yeah, it's not doing that.
devils. But
If they ever remake the Devil May Cry, like 1, 2, and 3, I would love to see them mix and match the missions between Lucille and Dante. I reckon that would be good.
That'd be a smart move.
I think it would be a smart move, just so then that way you get, like, context, and yeah, like, in that moment there where it was like, oh yeah, she gets to the tower, and Arius, or whatever the fuck his name is, does the power thingamajiggy, and then next cutscene, oh, you're outside the tower now, and it's like, oh, you defeated him, and you're just sort of like, what? Like, if you didn't have the context of Dante's mission, you would be so confused.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What? The ritual was incomplete.
Yes, it was.
Mm-hmm.
But the door to the demon world is...
Don't worry about it.
Wait. What are you doing?
My job is hunting devils.
Once you enter the demon world, you may never be able to return.
Not until the sequel game,
I'll go.
and then the prequel game.
I'm expendable. You don't need to worry about me.
Devils never
I'm
cry.
happy if I can die like a human.
No. Devils never cry.
But
Let's leave it to fate. Heads, I go. Tails, you go. See you around.
I tricked you.
Mm.
It's only got one side.
to hear the story
Stupid.
about Sparta from Mathieu.
I know. He did the same thing.
Why would I want to hear a story about my dad? I know my dad.
Hold on to my coin, Lucia.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
You're good.
We're on to the final mission.
This game is boring.
What the shit?
Arius?
I thought we were gonna face off against the demon thing that was in the hell, but I guess not.
It seems I
Nah,
have to
Arius
fight
Resident
you.
Evil himself.
Oh my god. Very applicable. Alright. Alright, cool. The path to forgiveness is cleansed with blood. Power up. Also, once again, my controller decides to do that. Chat, check out my throne. I'm just gonna
Check
disconnect.
out his throne.
Check out my throne. Because, yeah, there's a controller on there to help replace this controller. The thumbsticks are having wider dead zones and aren't being pushed forward at the total anymore, I've noticed with testing. And, yeah, gonna be frank with you, that kind of sucks. Alright, so we got the 2 Vitality Stars. There's no... the blue orb increases Vitality... Yeah, I don't have enough red orbs for that. I'm gonna go for the Immortality Orb, just so then that way I have a chance to use that. And then we'll go for a large Devil Trigger, because we can. You know what? Holy Star. Just in case! Just in case we have to deal with fucking poison.
Yep.
Ow. Fuck you. Oh my god. Absolutely cremating him. And then he wipes the floor on me.
Yep. Possessed Aris. How about you possess some bitches, dude?
Oh, glad I ran away from that. Almost was able to get through him with a full what's-mahoozy bar. Yes! There we go.
You've done it. You've deviled made cry.
Mm-hmm. Fuck you, bro.
Told me.
And they
Devils
told me devils never cry. Oh my god, that's actually the line.
Mm-hmm. Good for you. Hey, new cutscene. Oh god, we're gonna have a phase 2, aren't we? I'm glad I bought the yellow orb.
Yep.
God damn you. Aria's Argo Sock. Oh, this is embarrassing of a fight. Seriously, Arias? This is how— oh, never mind. Let me out. Let me out. Serious? He just eats me whole? Insane.
Aria's a whole bitch.
I thought it was gonna be like the worm thingamadiggy, but I guess not. What the fuck? There we go. Blasts him into pieces.
Just smithereens.
You must not worry, my dear. I am sure that he will return. Everything is just as it was with Sparta.
Uh-huh.
Oh my.
What is it, my dear?
Both sides are heads.
Heads, I go. Tails, you go.
It tricked me. That macho.
That macho.
That macho.
Devil May Cry.
Congratulations. You devil.
Yay. Oh. What's this? Oh, okay, so now she's over at, what's the Mahoozies now?
Devil
Live
Never
to
Cry.
hunting devils.
Mm-hmm.
Devils never cry.
Really wish she called him a
I
prick
know.
there. Yeah.
He did the same thing.
But Sparta did come back.
Whoa, I just had the lights in my office just flash. That's not a good sign.
There it is.
Save. Gonna save that real quick. Knowing our, knowing my luck, I'm about to have power outage for whatever reason. B, A, B, B, C, B, B, C, B, 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 C, C. That, honestly, that's even better than my Dante results.
Yay.
Lucia's costume change in mission select mode is now available. Yay! Bloody Palace is now available. Now enjoy hard mode. And the controller is going fucking weak. He is going like, it's wicking out.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Devil May Cry.
we're finally through the worst one.
Woo! I'm gonna be real with you. Hang on, let me just start the music again. I've also disconnected my controller. I'm gonna be real with you. That was not as bad as people were making it out to be. I'm gonna be real with you. I think, like, because when I was told it was gonna be bad, I thought it was gonna be a, you know, I thought it was gonna be absolutely terrible. But
You thought it was gonna be an absolute fucking Kusoge.
I thought it was gonna be absolute, like, crush, terrible, or what have you. But no, it wasn't that at all. It was, I think the problem everyone had is just the fact that it's just dull. Like, I think that's the biggest thing, is like some people are just like, you know, that's their biggest concern, is that it's just such a dull game to play or what have you. Anyway, I'm just gonna hang on. I'm just gonna transform this thing to have transform center horizontally, so then that way we can have like a little bit, there we go, and then center horizontally again. Oh wait, did I transform the wrong thing? Maybe. So yeah, so we got this going up to here. Sorry, I'm trying, like, I'm just manipulating this thing to try and get, like, there we go. So, make some real high quality, what's Mahoozies? There we go. All right, and then ding, and then all right, so that's too big, so I need to shrink you down just a little bit. And then, there we go. Yeah, that seems about, yeah, that seems about right. And then, just for you, Cap,
For me?
bam. Yeah, okay, so that is too big, so I'll need to make it, because I want to, like, fit in the frame.
Ah, now I see it. Very epic.
Yeah, so, yeah, maybe I just make it taller, and then, there we go. That way it's just, like, absolutely massive. So then that's full size. Actually, ding, duplicate. So that's not going to be full. That's going to be chatting. And then get transformation. So then that way, so small. And then there's full. And then there's small. Oh, it doesn't do it right. That's not good. So that's, and then chatting. That's not right. That's not right. I need to fix that. Hang on. So get rid of rebellion, because that might be screwing up with it. All right. So that puts you here. Ding. Get transformation. position 0, 0. Oh, it's not. So, because, yeah, I do small like this, and it puts it there. And then big like that puts it there. So, oh, that's a... So that's full size. Okay. And then, oh yeah, and then Vignon spot needs to be... Here we go. So Vignon spout needs to be there. So that's Video Tube Mini. So... Get transformation. So there we go there. And then... So that does Video Tube Mini. And then... So that makes him this big. So then I'll put you... Maybe it's one of those cases where I just don't use a folder, because I think the folder is kind of causing problems. Get transfer... Yeah, because it makes it so that... Here's the problem, is that I have it so that if the folder disappears, it does all that kind of nonsense. And then I've got... Yeah, I'm going to need to do some manipulations. I'm going to need to do some manipulations and what have you, because otherwise, ding, transform, center to screen. And then Video Tube Mini, put you here. Yeah, I'm going to need to rethink how to do the positioning and what have you. So that's going to be some fun me time to figure out and what have you. So fun nonsense there.
Is it bad that I'm almost hoping that your tracking still doesn't work by next Monday so I can make you Dante?
Look, if you do make me a Dante for Video Tube Mini, I will most certainly you know, I'll put it into Video Tube and do like the thingamadiggies and what have you. So, because I know how to do at least for me, I've not been able to perfect this with Blue, but I think that's just because I need to sit down with Blue for a lot more things about his streamer bot and his setup of Video Tube Mini. But for me, I've been able to make it so that using Video Tube Mini, I can change the different characters with WebSockets, which is
nice.
which makes it so that I don't have to worry about hotkeys. And because StreamerBot is doing all that kind of nonsense outside of me playing whatever video games, because some video games take over hotkeys and what have you. So yeah, so this works out really well.
I've already got a great idea.
You've already got a great idea, do you?
When Hyper Himbo hits, instead of just being more muscly Zeebs, Zeeb Devil Trigger.
You do realize that I have like 3 forms. So I have like and 3 forms with like 4 different like settings, right?
I know.
All right. You think you can do that in like, you know,
a week? Yeah.
All right. We'll be interested to see how that goes. Any whoosies.
Like the only difference between your fucking talking and your bloody like idle animation is the head. So if I make the body and then just make 2 heads each.
Yeah.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Yeah, because like looking at this right now, it's like you could probably, you know, do a layer of like the body and then you do a layer of the head. So, because yeah, if I'm looking at this stuff, it's like, yeah, he just does a slight, and there's a slight tweening in the neck with there. Yeah. But yeah, it's not here for there because, you know, I've got this, you know, jawline thing because horse head. So yeah.
Yeah, so this shit should be simples.
Should be simples. But yeah, I will definitely need to have a look at my layout because it might be one of those cases where the 3D Grant turns into like having more nested scenes and what have you, and that's going to be an experiment all of itself. But yeah, that is us for Devil May Cry 2. We've gone through both campaigns. Honestly, I think it's okay. I know it's a little bit boring. It has the same problems as the first game in terms of pacing, narrative, where it's just like you're sort of in there for the combat. And I think because of that, there are aspects of the combat that I do not like, such as the lock-on feature just isn't there yet. I don't think it's as bad as everyone says it is, And in my personal experience, I had more fun with this Devil May Cry 2 than I did with Devil May Cry 1. I think Lucia's, honestly, was a better campaign for whatever reason, but that could just be because, you know, I played more... I played enough Devil May Cry so that when I went into Lucia's thing, it wasn't painful. Because I remember that's my experience with the first Devil May Cry, was at a point it was painful. So yeah. Without further ado, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. And at the top of my list is Kaizi the Wolf. They've been streaming for the last 3 hours, it looks like.
I might just jump out real quick, because Crohn's decides, hey,
not to worry. Not to worry. Alrighty then.
Also, I'll just leave you all with the saying. Join us next week on Monday for Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry 3. Alrighty, we'll do.
Dante's Awakening.
Alright, if you are subscribed to me, you can use the emotes with the Himbo Raid. If you're not subscribed to me, that's okay. You can just use, you know, Himbo Raid, whichever other emotes that you feel like is applicable. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back online Wednesday night for more Clair Obscure Expedition 33, and I'll adjust my schedule for this weekend to introduce an 11 p.m. / 9 a.m. for the Americans stream. So hopefully some of you Americans that are still awake now might have an opportunity to, you know, see me at a more appropriate hour. I will post about it on Blue Sky. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.